Det är också lite spännande. Men...
Det där, ja, tusen tack. Du kommer att känna igen det, för att säga det sånn. Det är bara Pareto. Hvor kan jag sätta den? Hvor kan jag sätta den? Nej, jag vill bara sätta ner den. Tack så mycket.
Good morning, everybody. And a warm welcome to the Naventus Partners Renewables Summit. It's hosted by Naventus, Deloitte, Zettervald, Nordnet, and Nasdaq. And it's great to see so many here at Grand Hôtel Spegelsalen. And I know there are also plenty of people watching this online. So, this event is streamed. We have a streaming partner. We don't have time, which is the largest climate action platform on the globe. And it is also a climate review platform. And media partner for this event is Börsvärlden. And my name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. Those of you that have attended this event before probably recognize me. I am a program host, moderator, speaker, and I'm also chair of the independent think tank Global Utmaning that works with the Sustainable Development Goals based here in Stockholm. So let's start with some numbers. We will be able to listen to some cutting-edge, really interesting companies today in the field of renewable energy. And the numbers that I'm going to share with you now are pretty fresh. They come from IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency. It just came out. And it states that the global investment in energy transition technologies last year, including energy efficiency, which is also, of course, important in this aspect, reached $1.3 trillion US dollars. And that means that the investments in this field, they're up. They're up 19% from the 2021 investment levels, and they are up 50% from the levels before the pandemic. However, this is not enough. According to the IRENA 1.5 scenario, 1.5 as in degrees, and we all know what we're talking about here, we need to have, this is less than 40% of the average investment needed each year from now until 2030 to reach the 1.5 degrees target. So we need to up this even more. And of course, this is why we're here, to look at the fantastic opportunities to invest in companies in this field. So with that said, it's now my pleasure to introduce the first speaker from Kyoto Group, Camilla Nilsson, CEO. In Kyoto, before she steps on the stage, half of industrial energy consumption is used to make heat. Many of you probably already know this. And nearly all of this comes from fossil fuels. Kyoto Group, however, they're building a battery, thermal battery, to be part of facilitating this transition down to net zero and for us to be able to reach the 1.5 degrees. So with that said, Camilla Nilsson, please give her a warm hand. It's kind of narrow here, so I'll back up.
Thank you, Katarina, and thank you, Naventus, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Camilla. I'm the CEO of a Norwegian company with a Japanese name, but I'm Swedish. So it feels like a gift every time I get a chance to come back. I haven't lived here for 20 years, though, but I come from Värmland, so some of you might say that I'm not Swedish in the first place, but I feel at home to come back. Let me give you this visual before we go into the presentation. This is our battery. This is a battery that is storing energy in the form of heat. This thing, as our CTO would call it, is storing 56 megawatt hours of heat. This can easily be scaled up and down, depending on how much you need to store, from 16 to 96 megawatt hours. We'll talk more about that, but I wanted to show you this visual. This is what we're going to talk about. And why? So a step back. It's well known and accepted, I'm sure, to everyone in this group that storage is an equally important part as the solar and the wind and the sources in the energy transition. Without the storage, we will not be able to do this. For the industry, the solar and the wind is useless, to use a provocative word, if you cannot deliver stable supply of energy. So storage, an equally important part. And as we heard, half of the energy demand in the world is heat. almost entirely produced by fossil fuels, contributing to 40% of the CO2 emission. But this we almost never hear about. And even more astonishing is that it is technologies available to address this today. So this is really a low-hanging fruit with a significant possibility to have a very meaningful impact on the energy transition. And that is why we are focusing on the heat of this. We call this presentation on the doorstep of market breakthrough with a proven technology. There is two messages in there, and let me start with the proven technology. The concentrated solar power industry have stored energy in molten salt for decades. We see such a plant. This is one of the plants in Spain. We see a tower in the middle and the mirrors around reflecting the sunlight on the tower, and in that tower is molten salt that is being heated up. So storing energy in the form of heat in molten salt has been done for decades. What we are doing is that we are carving out the battery part of that. The CSP industry is using the steam from that circulation to feed the turbine and produce power. What we have done is that we have carved out the molten salt part, so the heater, the tanks with molten salt, and a steam generator. And we stay heat, so our value proposition is heat. But it is a proven technology which we apply to new industries in an innovative way. So this is the heat cube as we saw it. This is our second generation of the heat cube. We have now spent a year being in dialogue with the industry to understand how they need to store the energy. And we learned that the industry needs a bigger heat cube than we initially thought about, and it needs to be modular and flexible. So it's three pieces that is the modular component, and that is the heater. How quickly do you need to fill this battery? Do you have a few hours for example, on the grid, available with cheap electricity. For example, such in Denmark, where you have lots of electricity on the grid from the offshore wind during the night. Then there are many hours where we even get paid to charge our heat cube because we take the power down from the grid. And then we deliver it to the industry when they need it. If you have a few hours every now and then you will want to have a more powerful heater so that you can fill this heat cube quickly. But if you are in Spain and the task is to fill this battery during the day when you have the PV, maybe you have 10 hours and then you're going to deliver that energy during the night to the industry. You can save cost and have a less powerful heater. So you're scaling this heater from 10, 20 to 30 megawatts. You dimension the storage depending on how much you need to load shift. And then the discharge capacity is, in this case, 5 megawatts. And we are operating currently in the temperature range of 170 to 415 degrees. To do this, we have established a tech team with the world-class molten salt expertise in Spain, which is where you find the engineers who have done this for decades. So we acquired a company in Spain, and with that acquisition came what we call Mr. Molten Salt in Spain, Andres Barros Barrero, which you see on this slide. And we also have a strong collaboration agreement with KTH and with Rafael, who we will also hear more from today, to support us on the tech side in the rollout of this technology. We have also recently signed a letter of intent to engage in technology collaboration with Alfa Laval to look into components of this, for example, to capture waste heat from industry and how to circulate and transfer the heat the most efficient from the heater to the steam generator or the discharge of air. We are as we speak, finalizing the first full-scale heat cube at Nordjyllandsværket in Aalborg in Denmark, which is a coal-fired combined heat and power plant who has committed to phasing out the coal by 2028. They are installing various technologies to test new technologies to support in this transition. And the heat cube is the first technology in their R&D park. And we are finalizing the commissioning as we speak. We are 70% through the cold commissioning, and we are expecting to hand this over to Nordjyllandsværket in the second quarter this year. What is the market potential? As we heard, almost all heat today is produced by fossil fuels. And it's a lot. So if you look on the global demand from the industry today is 26,000 terawatt hours of energy needed, which today is produced by fossil fuels. So this is a significant market. As we heard, we are operating in the range of up to around 415 degrees. So when looking at the space that we are able to address, and which is where the most technologies are available to address today, the demand is still 11,200 terawatt hours. So only that is a €1 trillion market. So this is a significant market with technologies available to solve a very important part of the problem that we almost never hear about. It's changing. We will see in the electricity market design in Brussels, the new proposal will come out on Thursday, and we will see storage, and we will see thermal energy storage in that. And if you follow the energy transition debate on LinkedIn, you will see that there are more and more reports that are pointing to the heat being a significant part of the problem and the solution. Almost any industry is using heat. Anything we wear, we eat, we sit on, there has been heat involved in producing that, but it's invisible to us. There are 6 industries which stands out to us, with a significant heat demand, and that is the pulp and paper industry, chemical and petrochemical industry, some minerals, metals, food, and iron and steel industry. So that's our target area to start with. We also mapped out what's the ideal, what's the beachhead strategy? Where do we start to roll out this technology? And of course, then we started with the demand. Where is it high demand for the heat that we can deliver? But then we also looked into, okay, where is it a lot of solar and wind in the system? So we have the problem with the instability on the supply side that needs to be stabilized. So we added that layer to the strategy. And the third layer we added, okay, where have the governments understood this? So where is its support from the government to phase in new technology? And if you put those 3 layers on top of each other, there's a handful of countries that stand out. Spain being one of them, where you have a lot of PV installed, and which also comes handy for us, as that is also where we have established our tech team, and they are also used to storing heat in molten salt. So they are not expecting a proof of concept. We need to see it before we do anything. They are used to this. UK, lot of offshore wind, lot of instability on the grid. Governments have understood this. There are policies in place to support storage. Unfortunately, it has been focused until now more on the electricity storage, but the heat message is starting to sink in. Of course, Germany, both a lot of PV and a lot of wind, and the government really stepping up to address this topic. Denmark, in the front, a small market, but they have been early with a lot of offshore wind on the grid. So they have learned to live with the instability and installed flexibility markets to help balance the energy on the grid. Norway, where we are, Norway is a battery already with a lot of hydropower. But there is a lot of waste heat in Norway, almost 9 terawatt hours, just that goes out the chimney. So if we can capture that and loop that back into the system, and that is why we're also including Norway on our... we are doing also cases in Sweden, but it's not the same level of volatility on the system here as when you come to UK with the offshore wind and Spain with all the PV. And the unfortunate event with Russia and Ukraine has fueled this, because suddenly the industry is desperate to reduce the dependency on gas. And all the heat in the industries are produced by a gas boiler today. So we have seen the industry waking up the last year. So we started going to the market around 1 year ago, and from that, from 0 to today, we are talking with around 50 industrial clients. Among them, many of the large international corporations. So the industry is doing this. Even though we don't hear so much about the heat transition in the debate, the industry is waking up and is desperate to find solutions to replace the gas. And I just wanted to close with this, which is a statement from LinkedIn last week. But if you follow the debate on social media, you will see much more reports on this topic being shared. And this was from Ambienta, an Italian significant investment firm, saying that no industrial company will be able to reach zero emission without addressing the heat generation. It's about heat. That's my closing message. Thank you.
Let's do some rearranging of the furniture here just for now so we both can fit here. So great, Camilla. I'm curious, you mentioned a report or a statement coming out from the EU next week. Could you elaborate a bit more about that, please?
Yeah, it's a lot of intensity in Brussels to redesign the electricity market in Europe. It's not working. It has been electricity only that has been the cash and the value stream. And it's very strong messages from Brussels that that era is over. And now we need to look into mechanisms, how we are going to support this transition, where storage is going to be one important part. Today, we don't get paid for installing storage. We get paid to sell energy to the industry. But we can make a business case out of it today, because we can charge it with the cheap hour, and then we can sell it to the industry. So we are able to do a business case with load shifting, but it's still the energy that is being paid. What we will see is there are going to be a lot more mechanisms to support really the energy transition.
So Camilla, who else is, I mean, let's be frank, who are your main competitors in this field?
Yeah, so we are in a consortium that is called the Long Duration Energy Storage Consortium, because this is technologies that can do the load shifting from day to night or night to day, which is more than 10 hours. And there are many players coming into this field, and I view us as partners because we need to build this segment. When we are in the tender process, we are competitors because then each of us wants to win. When that tender process is over, we are partners again. But we have Energy Nest, we have Azelio in Sweden, we have Soltex in Sweden, we have Brandmiller, Israel company listed in US. But I would say that we are targeting various segments in the industry. So it's almost more partners than competitors for a long time, I believe.
And we need to be many, right?
Exactly. No one company will be able to take this demand.
I have one final question. We know that in many countries of Europe, the district heat is still fueled by, well, they don't have district heat in many countries, basically, but the heating problem of cities is major. Are there any opportunities in looking at heating cities, not companies?
Yeah, so the first heat cube we are doing is for district heating in Aalborg. It is a little bit of a Ferrari for district heating because you need lower temperatures. But if you go larger scale than our, then you can make a business case out of that. But you are providing a very sophisticated technology to district heating that needs lower temperature. District heating today is storing energy in water. But to do that, you need a lot of space. So, of course, if you increase the energy density by going molten salt, you reduce the footprint, but then you need also to increase the volume to make a decent business case out of it. But that's absolutely a possibility.
Well, thank you very much, Camilla, and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have probably all seen the images of the next presenters' wind farms because they're quite, well, let's say spectacular. They're floating. They're floating wind farms and floating multi-turbine wind power platforms that we'll be hearing more about now from Hexicon, where we have Markus Thor, the CEO, waiting here. Give him a warm hand.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks first of all for having me here. So my name is Markus Thor, I'm the CEO of Hexicon, and today I'll give an insight into, well, first of all, what floating offshore wind is, where that industry is, and what we do at Hexicon to take part in a really swiftly accelerating industry that is just now on the verge of commercialization. So I'll briefly go through what floating offshore wind is, Hexicon in brief, and then our two legs of our business model, which is product development and technology. So first of all, to make the case for floating offshore wind, and perhaps, before that even starting with saying what floating offshore wind is. And it might be intuitive, but it's really hard to visualize, I think, if you haven't seen it. So it's literally placing the tower and the wind turbine, traditional wind turbines, on a floating foundation. So it floats, it's moored to the seabed with mooring lines and anchors just like a sailboat, but they're obviously somewhat larger and multiple of them. And why is this even something we're doing? Why not place them on land or on the shallow waters down on the seabed? Well, the simple reason is that the demand is greater than the available suitable areas, that's both onshore and shallow water. From a global perspective, over 80% of waters in territorial areas suitable for offshore wind are deep. There is a big area in the southern North Sea with a lot of shallow water. That's where offshore wind has mainly been built out. That luxury of large shallow water areas are not available on a global scale. So there is a big demand to meet renewable requirements and targets around the world. This industry right now is on the verge of commercialization. It's been tested for some 13, 14 years in various types. The first full-scale turbine on a floating foundation was installed in 2009. Since then, there's been around 20 installed. That is, however, to be compared with bottom-fixed offshore wind, traditionally placed mounted down on the seabed, where there are over 10,000 turbines installed. So there's a really big difference in maturity here, but there's many gigawatt projects planned that will be built and installed during the second half of this decade. So it's coming quickly. A few of the key reasons. One is availability of sea. So this resource is virtually unlimited when you go out to deep waters. The flexibility is a lot greater, so you can easier avoid conflicts with other stakeholders. You can get out of sight. You don't need to see turbines offshore from the coastline. And wind speeds are not only higher in average, but they're also more stable. All in all, achieving higher capacity factors when you go further off the coast. And I wanted to give a feel for what's going on in the world right now. A few notable events starting over in the US, where since Biden took office, there's been a ramp up in offshore wind ambitions. And in fact, just before Christmas, they held their first ever deep water auction. So central government, BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management in the US, dictated a few areas, in this case 5 areas on the west coast, offshore California and Oregon. Here it's suitable for floating offshore wind. It's really deep waters, upwards to 1,000 meters. Come in, all developers from around the world, place your bids, how much is the seabed worth? And it's an auction process, and that ended with 5 developers, mainly from Europe, that achieved seabed rights in the US. So they have specific targets for floating offshore wind, not only offshore wind. Over here in Europe is where it's predominantly led, not only offshore wind, but also floating offshore wind, where we've had multiple auction rounds in various countries, such as the UK. New markets down in the Mediterranean, there's several of them opening up. Greece is one of them, Portugal is one of them, Spain is now also considering and looking at mapping out seabed. All these areas are deep waters. And we're also seeing a few new markets. Norway, probably end of this year, will have auctions that include deep water areas, as well as Ireland. So there's a lot going on in both US and Europe, and not the least over in Asia, is where I probably think that we'll see the first large-scale, commercial-scale offshore wind farms using floating technology, probably in South Korea, if I were to bet. So what do we do at Hexicon? We do 2 things. We're a project developer and we're a technology provider. And I'll come back to show what our proprietary technology looks like. In project developments, it's a fairly typical project development business model where we engage from the outset, find the right markets, the right area within the market, package that, design and develop that area for it to be ultimately investable. So we hang on with ownerships in projects, increase the value of such projects to then sell down at certain timings, at certain milestones. On the technology side, it's linked to using our IP, our patented technology, which I'll show in just a slide. And that's a license fee model. So for every unit that is used of our technology, we get a license fee of a few % of whatever that build cost is. And this, doing both in the same company, is fairly unique in this space. So there's a lot of project developers out there, very big ones, and they are pretty much all technology agnostic. So they don't want to pick a technology, they don't want to have a technology themselves, they want to remain technology neutral for as long as possible in project developments and prefer to stay out of the ownership of technology. Then you've got a lot of technology providers. There's probably 70 plus different alternatives with patent pendings or IP in place of how to place turbines on floating foundations. Where we are disruptive is that we're placing 2 turbines on the same foundation, and I'll come back to why. So there's plenty of competition, but doing both in the same company, there's not that many that do. And we see the synergies across these 2. Not only the obvious that project developments entails opportunities to use the technology, but vice versa as well. So we're using the fact of having IP to open markets and partnerships. And in fact, we wouldn't be in a lot of the markets we're in if we couldn't come also with the IP that we are sharing with local partners for selected markets. So we're using them between each other, and they really enforce each other commercially. Where is Hexicon right now? Well, we've spent a few years mainly investing in mostly the project portfolio to get it to a size where it is today, where it's wide enough and diversified enough in markets and in maturity grades to now also look at start divesting certain portions of it. So as of this year, we will now start to see divestment take shape, and as such recycle capital to come back into the business and further grow the portfolio. So as shown here on the bottom of this figure, we've split our journey in 3 stages. The first one to mainly invest, to grow. A second where we're not stopping investing, but we're also recycling capital through divestments of projects. And then the last and final stage, where we do all them still, but we also have a proven technology, so we can have that used and also gain license fees. So the project development part is a revenue that is shorter term, that can create a profitable company, but the truly scalable part of the journey is when the technology is also verified. And in project developments, this is really what it's about. I'm not going to spend too long here. as time goes on and as you've invested and put work in place to achieve milestones, you increase the value of projects, and it's during the development phase, so between starting and before starting construction, that's where Hexicon operates. So we've focused on the earlier parts of the whole life cycle of a project. This is where our core skill set is, and this is where it's not so capital intense. It's a really capital intense industry, but it goes from being, tens up to $100 million during development phase to billions of dollars during construction. So that's a game where Hexicon during construction is not able to take part of. And the value increase, I should say as well, is mainly linked to permitting, which is very much a local discipline. So the partnerships around the world is key in our growth. Those permits are typically linked to seabed rights, and then permits to environmental impact assessments, and then you have grid connections, so the agreement to actually be able to export electricity into the grid, and a few others. And looking at Hexicon's position in this, well, we are one of the few with over a decade of experience of floating wind, in fact. So we're one of the pioneers and early movers in this space. And we do have across the relevant regions, I should say, for floating offshore wind. We've got a presence over in the US, a handful of people, very senior, to take place in that very long-term market. We've got over here in Europe over 13 projects underway in various stages. And we've got a team of 15 in our local JV in South Korea, preparing what could potentially be the first really large-scale project together with Shell. So onto the technology, and I'll let this movie run for you while I speak. So our technology and how it differentiates with a lot of the competition is that it's got two turbines on the same foundation. It's a triangular-shaped steel structure that floats on its own. It's about 15 meters draft beneath the surface. It's about 15 meters above. And the width and other dimensions are very much dependent on how big the turbines are. So it's fully agnostic to turbines. And beneath this front corner, the corner that doesn't host the turbine, is where the mooring system is attached from beneath, and it's attached to a single point. And that attachment point is through what's called a turret. And that's basically just a big bearing, like one from SKF, but a lot bigger. And it allows this unit to freely rotate with the wind direction. And this is the key of our IP. Because if you didn't allow this unit to rotate, these two turbines would be too close to each other. One would be downwind of the other in so-called turbulent air, which would cause damages to that downwind turbine. So this is the key of the IP. And why do we do it? Not only because we can, and we've managed to get patents for it, but there's obviously a reason for it. The two main design drivers are, one, perhaps the obvious, cost of energy. We're reducing costs by in simple words, 2-for-1 thinking. There's one mooring system, one cable, there's one installation process, etc., for two turbines. The other, equally important, is minimizing the impact on surrounding activities. So how do we maximize our coexistence with other marine users? And there's a lot of marine users out there. If you look at, out from the coastline at sea, it looks endless. But when you start layering different interest groups on top of each other, commercial shipping, military, fishing, nature preserved areas, etc., the oceans aren't endless anymore. You want to make sure that you capture as much energy as possible once you've nailed down an area that is suitable and that is not in conflict, and not the least visual impacts. So with two turbines on the same foundation, we're able to install up to 40% more turbines in a given sea area compared to single turbine versions. And this is a key here. It's not on top of people's priorities, offshore wind developers today, but it will grow in importance for every year that passes and more turbines are installed out at sea. So a quick look at the project portfolio. We've, through a partnership model, so trying to our operations in Hexicon fairly asset light, which in the project developments means that we invite investors fairly early. That allows us to grow a fairly broad project portfolio without significant investments. So we've at the moment got a gross project portfolio of 17 gigawatt, net Hexicon's ownership around 9, across geographies, mainly here in Europe, but also over in Asia, predominantly there in South Korea. And recently, there's been a lot of swift progress in Italy. Stands out over the last quarter at least, where we've managed to secure not only water rights to over 2 gigawatts of projects, but also grid capacity secured for over 7 gigawatt. So this is a market that is really coming quickly, and it's a market that's got clear ambitions. It's got only deep waters. There's no real alternative in Italy. It's got external and foreign dependence, gas, etc., and really wants to drive its renewable agenda. It's also one of the big recipients of the EU Green Deal. Over in Sweden, we're working together with Mainstream Renewable Power, which is formerly Aker Offshore Wind, that is part of the big Aker Group, one of Norway's biggest employers. So we teamed up with them for the Swedish market due to their industrial heritage. Here we're developing sites in both the east and the west coast of southern Sweden. I'll come back to a map showing that. Where we've got first permit application into the government in just a few weeks. All our projects are with floating wind technology. Again, meaning that we can place them further off the coast where they're not visible from shore. It also means that the application goes into the government and we're outside the 12 nautical mile, the territorial border, which means that we're outside the municipality veto. In South Korea, it was one of our first projects. We've been there since 2018. I've lived there myself for a year with family to get that started. And in spring 19, oil major Shell bought into this project, so they now own 80% of this project, and we hold the remaining 20%. And this is on path, full speed ahead, to start construction middle of this decade, 2025, late, with a target to be the first gigawatt plus commercial scale floating offshore wind farm in the world. And lastly, I want to mention in England as well, which is our technology project. So our patented technology has not been installed in full scale yet. We've done everything you can except there in terms of numerical assessments, multiple model testing in laboratories. This will be the first project using it in real scale. So there, it's on track to start construction end this year, early next. It will be 2 units, 4 turbines, 8 megawatt each. And just a quick one on Sweden. Here's a look at 3 of our sites, 2 on the east coast and 1 on the west coast. The one on the west coast, Marel, is where the first permit application will go in. And what I want to just illustrate with this picture that doesn't show any turbines, that is the purpose. So this is an actual rendering that goes as part of the application to the government that visualizes using the largest possible turbines at this future installation date that we can ever and intend to use for the project. This is what it would look like from shore. So the point here, which I think is really important in a lot of markets, but not the least Sweden, is that with floating foundations and floating technology, you've got that added flexibility. You don't need to be in shallow water. You're not constrained by close coastal areas. So you can push them further offshore and out of sight. And the obvious question to that is, okay, isn't that a lot more expensive? The fact of the matter is no. So the increase in cable costs for 10 or so kilometers extra is very marginal. And on top of that, you're out at further off the coast where you've got higher wind speeds and more stable wind speeds. So yes, today, floating offshore wind is more expensive than shallow water bottom fixed. But there's 2 aspects to consider here. One, it's on a really steep decline curve of cost. So in a few years, it's not going to be more expensive. I'm absolutely convinced. And secondly, in a lot of the markets, you don't have an opportunity to install on bottom fixed. And even if you could, there's a likely or a high chance that you won't get permits because you're impacting other activities or you're in sight from the shore. In pretty much all markets across the globe, activity out at sea, whether it's fishing, shipping, or whatever it is, goes down with distance from shore. And as a last slide, just wanted to quickly show to get a feel for sizes as well. This is the size of the turbine from Vestas that our project with Shell over in South Korea will use. So we are in preferred supplier agreement with Vestas. This is their 15 megawatt turbine, V236. So the 236 is the diameter of the rotor area. So these are blades that are 115 meters, so that's longer than a soccer field. And the tip height of the blade's tip at its highest point is 258 meters. So it gives you a perspective of the sizes of this, and turbines are growing like crazy, of course. All the more reasons to push them further off the coast. So this tip height is about 100 meters higher than Kaknästornet. So it's really massive things out there, but that's okay, and it's very much possible with building them near the coast, shipping them out in waters to large areas that are really far offshore. Sizes isn't that big of an issue, because we're not disturbing. So I think with that, I'll stop. I'm not sure if this time is correct here. And just maybe wrap it up quickly, sorry, with just saying that where are we, Hexicon? Well, we're one of the few with over a decade of experience, and it's really about making sure that we're able to capitalize on this really, really accelerating industry that is now taking commercial shape. So with that, I'll stop, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Marcus. There is a sort of a, well, war raging, not the Ukrainian war, but the war between Europe and the United States when it comes to offering companies and looking at the energy transition. So from that perspective, what we're seeing now, how does this affect Hexicon in terms of giving out, lowering the entry points for companies to invest in different parts? United States, that area, or Europe?
Well, I think in Europe, we've already established and made it work. I think, first of all, regardless of market, you will always, in our industry, need that local competence and local partner. Because a lot of what you need, both from an early value increase perspective of your business, but also ultimately getting the rights to install, it's a local discipline. It's permits, it's with local governments, etc. So you need that local competence regardless of where you are. On top of that, there is definitely an increased barrier to get into a country like the US. It's offshore activities. There's a lot of protectionism rules, both using vessels and other things, how you manufacture and where you manufacture. Energy is very much politically driven. A lot of countries are also enforcing directly or indirectly different local content regimes. So the US is, I would say the US and Japan are one of the two big holy grails, so really big long-term markets, but also where the barrier is a bit higher to get in.
There has been shifts after the IRA.
Sorry,
there's been shifts in policies after the IRA.
Absolutely, but it's still, there's a lot of parts in there that you still need to overcome, not the least how you install this and where you're going to do it. Because if you take on what you should do, not the least from marine operations, installations offshore, that's not available in the US today from a supply chain perspective. So I don't think you have a chance to meet some of these early targets at least without either changing legislation slightly or increasing and expanding the supply chain and infrastructure, ports and vessels in the US.
So Marcus, looking ahead, let's look at 2030. Percentage-wise, what is your estimate of on your type of technology and the moored, not the moored, but the anchored wind power plants?
Well, if you so not Hexicon's then, but if you say floating,
floating,
versus
yes,
fixed bottom, it's still going to be more fixed bottom for sure. And there, right now, as I said, over 10,000 turbines are installed. There are only 20 on floating foundations. But new installations, I would think that around 30 or just thereafter, new installations annually, floating will surpass fixed. And then you'll probably take another, 15 or so years before floating takes over. But if we truly want to achieve, just looking at Europe, targets for 2050, 300 gigawatt of offshore wind, not even half of that is possible to install on shallow water, so with fixed bottom technology. So it will come big, but things take time in this industry, unfortunately.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Best of luck. Thank you. You see the furniture here? They're ready for a panel talk, and the panelists will be discussing how to reduce the carbon footprint from manufacturing, food and chemical industries by transitioning to renewable energy sources, and also for heat decarbonization instead of using fossil fuels. So please welcome Rafael Guedes, Head of Heat and Power Division as KTH Energy. We already saw you on one of the images here earlier this morning. And maybe you'd like to introduce the panelists yourself, because you'll be heading the panelists. So go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yes.
Okay. So, well, I live Joachim Bistrom from Absolicon will be joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thomas from Nasdaq, also partner in Naventus, will be joining us. Thank you. Then Camilla, you're back on stage again from the CEO of Kyoto. Oscar from Siemens Energy, leading the heat pumps marketing unit. And Osama Zalouk from Alfa Laval. Let's see. Let's see if you can see it.
It works.
Okay. So, I think I will, well, Camilla, you stole my thunder at the beginning of the session, I think, because you started talking about heat before the panel even started. But I think one challenge we all face, and in the Department of Energy Technology in KTH, and we are working with it, and I'm happy to actually work with all of you one way indirectly. It's that, as Camilla mentioned earlier, as we transition towards adoption of renewable energies, adopting solar and wind and so on, we realized the need for storage. And that's fine. I think industries have acknowledged now that, okay, we need storage and electrification is a path, etc. But then comes another problem that we came to realize recently, like Camilla mentioned earlier, which is that electrification or power as a final need is not actually where we, or as a society, consume the most. So as a society, if we want to transition, power is one of our needs, but we also need energy for transportation or energy for heat. And in fact, heat is half of their consumption, like Camilla mentioned earlier. This depends where in the globe, of course, but particularly in Europe, this is true. So with that said, of course, then it's obvious that when looking into heat, a big chunk of the emissions come from the industries, because industries consume half of that heat demand. And at the same time, then that makes them responsible for the roughly then 25% or so of the of the emissions that we have. So this is a big opportunity or challenge, right? Because they come together. And all of you here are in the industry of tackling this challenge. And I think we'll take the opportunity in this panel to answer some of the questions or to create awareness for our community as to where are we and so on. Okay, so I'll get started building up on from Camilla also earlier. And what I said, yeah, so industries today primarily use fossil fuels, and some of them, though, okay, have adapted to using, well, biogas or electrified boilers, right? Direct electricity. Now, in the particular case of boilers, we've seen what happened last year with a rise in prices in electricity markets. And of course, that made it not even interesting also, right, or competitive. So, and these two are not the only technologies we can, industries can adopt, biogas or electrification with the typical electric boilers. So let's start with new technologies. So I'll start with you, Joachim, and I don't think it's, we know the sun as a major source of heat, but I don't think everyone is aware of some of the technologies that we can use to harvest that heat from the sun. So I'll start with you, Joachim, and explain what is a solar collector and what is Absolicon doing in that regards, and what's the niche that Absolicon can target.
But first, I'm super happy. This is the first time ever someone talks about heat. We feel very alone about this, and we made those buttons, heat is half, to make people understand that electricity only 20%, and transport is 30%, and heat is half. So I think this is a good start to actually solving the CO2 emission challenge. What we do are concentrated solar energy, that we focus the light into a narrow line, and then we can produce 160-degree hot steam that we run industries like breweries or textile industries with. And compared to using PV to make electricity that has about 20% efficiency, we have 76% efficiency. So when we start talking about heat, we can make much more efficient systems. And I also think that electrification will be an important part, but we don't have the grid to transfer all this electricity to the industries, and we don't have the renewable electricity production. So I think electricity will be one part of the transition of the heat that, as mentioned before today, just is made by burning fossil fuel. But solar thermal will also be one of the main solutions here.
Thank you, Joachim. And you mentioned electrification, I also mentioned electrification, and I omitted one part, which is, okay, direct boiler heating is not the only path to electrification. So I look at you, Oscar, because particularly in Sweden, Sweden is a country known for heat pumps, but I don't think the global community, the general audience know what is a heat pump. So let's start there, and Siemens Energy is leading the path in heat pumps. What is your role or your take on heat pump technology in heat decarbonization, and which sectors are you primarily tackling?
So I'm, as Joachim, I'm very happy that people discuss about heat, because that's a huge consumption of fossil fuel. So what a heat pump does is that it utilizes what we normally see as waste heat. It can be like sewage water or river water, or also, of course, some waste heat stream from the industry. And the heat pump transfer a low-worthy energy to a high-worthy energy by adding some kind of energy, normally electricity. So, for example, here in Stockholm, you have 20% of the energy supplying to the district heating net is coming from heat pumps, and the heat source is the water you see outside of this building. So the heat pump utilizes 2 parts of the energy that is coming from a low-worthy heat source, and it's adding 1 part of electricity, and it gives out 3 parts of high-worthy energy that can be used for heating up our households or heating to the industry as well. So that is very, very good, I would say. And what we as Siemens Energy is trying to do is like the same journey that my company did in the 80s when Sweden wanted to get rid of the oil dependency we had. Now Europe would like to get rid of the fossil fuel dependency they have. So Sweden have already done this journey, and now we're trying to show our companies or investors in Europe what we have done in Sweden and how they can build this large-scale industrial heat pump that can deliver from one heat pump between 20 to 80 megawatt thermal output.
Excellent. So that's both industries and district heating. So as a sector, we're talking about already heat decarbonization, and we'll also hear about it before. And here comes, okay, Joachim talked about a technology that is basically sun-dependent, because we need the sun in order to produce heat with the solar collector, right? And we talk about heat pumps, which actually need electricity then to make this happen, right?
Yep.
And then comes the question, well, we might not need the heat when the sun is there or when the electricity is cheap, right? So I look at you, Camilla, you already mentioned this earlier, so it's kind of like an opportunity to repeat it again, but what's Kyoto's take on energy storage, or thermal energy storage, to that matter, in this picture? How does it couple to these 2 technologies we mentioned earlier? And why should we store energy in the form of heat and not just, let's say, power to batteries and then heat?
So I would say that what we do is decouple the energy that is produced when the sun is there from when the industry needs it. So it's adding the flexibility to and we also call it load shifting. So we store fill our battery when there is electricity available, and we deliver when it's needed. So it's really about the flexibility and decoupling supply from demand. Yeah.
Good. And I'll repeat the question on the battery side, because I think that's tricky. And most of the audience usually refers to storage, batteries.
Yeah.
And then they might look at us and say, well, store power in batteries and then produce with electric boiler. So why not doing that?
It's a fraction of the cost, so it becomes a cost question. I think roughly, maybe we are talking about 25% when you're storing the energy as heat compared to electricity. So it's a cost question, and it's also a time. You will not be able to scale a lithium-ion battery to store that more than maybe 6-ish hours. But when you store it as heat, you can store it for days if needed.
Okay, so we're talking also about complementarity here, right? Joachim, you're going to say.
Yes, I think this high temperature storage is important, but it's also important to store like 90-degree hot water that you can use in district heating, and you can use it also as the fuel for heat pumps. And there, the storages are really cheap. The ones they have built in Denmark as pit storages, they are 800 times cheaper than batteries. So I think when politicians really understand that you can store energy 800 times cheaper than batteries, then this potential in the heat sector will flourish.
Fully agree. I hope our audience will do also, right? So it all sounds good. We're talking about, okay, heat is hot, acknowledging that technology is available, right? What are the challenges then? Why isn't it happening? So, and then I look at the other two faces here who haven't talked yet. So I look at Osama because Osama works in Alfa Laval in the clean tech unit, and I understand one key problem when talking about all these technologies is the integration in the industry, right? Industries are very reluctant to, well, you know, their process should not be affected when adopting these technologies. So for that, we need seamless integration, heat exchangers. So what do you think? What is your take and Alfa Laval's take in this ecosystem?
Yeah, good question. We talked about a lot of solutions. We know the problem. There is a heat demand, right? And then you need to couple those together. Heat exchanger is an obvious requirement. And in order to have that seamlessly integrated into the process, you need to have a heat exchanger that is compact so that you reduce the retrofittings that you need in your industrial facility. You need to have it as well designed, as reliable as possible to avoid any disruptions in your operations. And finally, and most importantly, that it has to be as efficient as possible. And efficiency here is both thermal efficiency and also the hydraulic performance. And that's essential not just for the process itself, but also within the solutions that we're talking about. Every bit of efficiency that you can increase in a heat exchanger, or like you can recover in a heat exchanger, this is an additional system overall efficiency that is quite important for the business case of the solution itself.
So you would say we have also the technology to integrate these technologies?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But the challenge here is a mental challenge. I was meeting with Alfa Laval distributors in the MENA region on an internal event, and Alfa Laval discussed about the efficiency of the heat exchangers, and then it was a coffee break, and everyone was talking about batteries and electric cars and PV, even though the whole day was about renewable heat. And if you ask a politician, how do you heat this building? They would say electricity. They don't know that it's district heating coming from burning waste at Värtaverken. So,
or heat pumps.
Or heat pumps,
pump.
yes. So we really need to get people to understand that the world is run on heat and steam, and then there's a small part of electricity for charging their phone and having some lights.
All is needed also, yeah. But then I look at Thomas. So Thomas is leading ESG at Nasdaq, correct? And when talking about challenges, clearly industries can look at us and hear all these nice things about adopting these technologies. What are the real drivers from the corporate perspective to adopt these technologies, and why aren't they doing it so fast then?
Well, first of all, I think it is quite optimistic. It is quite positive because you see the amount of resources going into this area, the whole sustainability, etc., in the financial system now is enormous. During the last years, it's been such a shift. So I think that's very positive. I think the drivers for the corporates are very much all the commitments that are done, the net zero commitments, etc., that they have to start to deliver on. So that's a very strong driver. We also see an extremely strong driver from the asset managers and the asset owner side that start to push. You have examples like the BlackRock, the Net Zero Alliance for the investors, etc. And that, of course, that will make a great push. I had a discussion last month with 2 or 3 banks, like US global banks, and they actually start to, they will need their big customers to start to decarbonize. Otherwise, they are not allowed to do business with them anymore. They can even start to subsidize some measures they take in order to get them onto this. So I think that is very positive. On the flip side, the challenges, I think a lot of fragmentation, rules are very cumbersome. It's a lot of fragmentation globally, etc. That is a large challenge. And then, of course, now we have increased cost of capital will be a challenge as well, even though the increased energy prices should be a good price signal to actually do more efficient energy management.
Thanks, Thomas. And I'll build up on your last comment there on the increased cost of capital. We haven't talked actually about what it means. You know, there are a lot of risk when an industry adopts these technologies, right? Technology-wise and so on. And there are also financial risks behind. So I look at maybe the technologies primarily, right? Like, what are the business models to make this happen faster? Is capital owning equipment the only way to go forward? Or can we reduce the risk on the industries? Camilla, Joachim?
Yeah, so we have two clear, distinct business models, and we call it heat as a product and heat as a service. And heat as a product, we sell the battery. And that's typically the large companies who want to control the energy asset. They want to have the asset on their side, and they control it. Then we sell the battery, and we provide service to the battery. But then you have the small and mid-sized family company, pulp and paper, corrugated cardboard plants. They have just bought their gas and produced their heat. And they have not had the relationship to the electricity market. And now they will need to do that, but they don't want to do that. Then we put our battery there, and we deliver heat as a service. We own the battery. We have it on our balance sheet. We have a financing partner to be able to have that on the balance sheet. And then we sell the megawatt hours of heat.
Perfect. Joachim, similar business model?
We do similar concepts. We call it heat as a service or heat power purchase agreements, heat purchase agreements. And for us, this has been a big door opener to the multinationals. Because if you come with the technology and you try to explain the solar collector and everything, they get confused. But if you say, we can give you heat at a lower price than what you pay today, then suddenly they get very interested. Because this is also about the cost of energy. Even if they have their commitments and they can have those nice speeches about CO2 reduction, when they take us aside after the speech, they say, oh, but you know, you still need to be cheaper than the gas.
Yeah.
And when you can give them a heat as a purchase agreement, which shows that they will have the heat from the sun cheaper than gas, then they're interested. Still, there's a lot of, even, you could imagine that if they get that offer, energy from the sun cheaper than gas, they would just sign it. No, it's still a long way to go for the multinationals before they do it.
Thank you. So we're running out of time, but I don't want to finish the panel without maybe leaving you the opportunity to say one last message as to create awareness to our, from my understanding, the ones who have to have this awareness. So, I don't know, institutional partners, right, policymakers. So what is needed then to accelerate this? And very briefly, each one of you before we finalize the panel.
I would say for the industries as well, like first of all, the first thing is waste heat recovery, optimize your process as much as you can, and then incentivizing energy efficiency when it comes to policymakers.
Okay, Camilla.
Policymakers need to see the heat picture and team up with the business to roll this out.
Joachim.
More panels like this one.
More panels like this. Thomas.
I think also policymakers, there's not one silver bullet. It has to be flexible and have the like plethora of different solutions.
I'm more into Joachim's. People need to understand that heat is half. I think that's very important.
No, great. Well, I thank you all, and for me it's been a pleasure to talk about you and to spread the word. We at KTH work with you, so I'm happy and I hope we continue doing that and we can continue spreading the word in panels like this. So thank you all for listening today. Thank you. Yep.
Well, that was great. Let's see if I can get some sound on my mic. Yes, I do have sound. So now we need coffee, right? And take the opportunity to mingle and, of course, ask questions to the panelists if you have further questions, or to the presenters that presented already. They will be, some of them will still be in the venue. So take the opportunity to do that, please. And we'll meet back here at 25 after 10. Coffee is served upstairs. All right, please take your seats. We have more exciting companies that will be presenting, so please take your seats so that we can continue. It is wonderful that you have so much to talk about, but we'll have another chance during the lunch break, so please sit down. We will continue to talk a bit about heat. And the next company is called Savo Solar. And Savo Solar helps companies and communities to reduce their climate footprint by designing and delivering large-scale solar thermal solutions connected to district heating producers and industry. So I'll just need some peace and quiet in the room so I can introduce the next speaker. So you can have your full attention, please. So from Savo Solar, we have Jari Varjoce. Please, your CEO, please join us here and give him a warm hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today presenting in this Naventus Renewables Summit of Savo Solar, I would say new Savo Solar. You can see already signs of that in the first slide, new company names inside the corporation. I have 4 points, main topics in my presentation. So overview, explanation of 2 different businesses, and then why we are talking us like as we are the green transition company. So Savo Solar is a Finnish company listed in the Nasdaq First North Growth Market in Stockholm and Helsinki, as you most probably know. We have over 17,000 shareholders, a bit more in Finland, I would say, at this moment. And then largest owner from the beginning of December last year is Meriaura Invest with about 67% ownership. And as we have now, from December, we have 2 business units, renewable energy, the old previous Savo Solar, and then marine logistics company called Meriaura, which is a subsidiary of Savo Solar. And our goal is to accelerate the green transition of our customers. Okay, so 2 business units, renewable energy, marine logistics. In renewable energy, we are traditionally, so we have been doing that already 7-8 years, have been designing and delivering turnkey, large-scale solar thermal systems for district heating and industrial customers. And that's the other business. Nowadays, we also talk about clean heat more than only solar thermal, so we are able to combine different heat sources into that. And then marine logistics, Meriaura as our subsidiary. Meriaura is a forerunner in sustainable shipping in Baltic and North Sea areas already over 30 years. With the new structure, we are financially much stronger than we used to be. And on the left side, you can see the consolidated numbers where Meriaura has been 1 month in our company. And on the right, you can see the pro forma numbers with the assumption that the companies would have been merged already together in the beginning of last year. So the whole group would have been more than 73 million euros of turnover and clearly profitable. So we have a much stronger financial muscles to do things and grow in the future than we had earlier. So renewable energy, our purpose is to help communities and companies reduce CO2 emissions with clean heat. And behind there you can see a picture already, one of our earlier deliveries of large-scale solar thermal system in a Danish district heating company. And I'm extremely happy that I have the opportunity of possibility to be the first presenter after the brilliant panel discussion. So I don't have to point out how important heat is. So we are doing large-scale, industrial-scale turnkey solar thermal systems, and our systems are making below 100 degrees temperature, and also integrating other heat sources. We are the leading supplier of such systems in the market at this point. We have delivered more than 120,000 square meters, main market in Europe, but we also have now deliveries in China, in Mexico, and some activities other parts of the world also. This is one example of our delivered system. So this is in France. This is the largest solar thermal system in France, producing heat for board malt drying factory. So it's drying malt. So the board malt wanted to have green beer, not in the color, but produced by green heat. And you can see already from here that the elimination of CO2 emissions are significant, even though it's producing only around 35% of the needed heat for the plant. And also the savings compared to the gas are big, and this calculation is actually made before the energy crisis. So it's still, and this has inspired also other companies to make similar type of systems in Europe for this specific industrial segment, malt drying. And then marine logistics. Meriaura has been for over 30 years already in front line of sustainable shipping in Baltic and North Sea areas, and having the advantage of having the long experience to operate in the northern sea conditions, and also having the vessels fleet equipped to operate in these areas. So last year the turnover was 69 million euros, so it's significantly bigger than our renewable energy business, at least for now. And it has 14 ships operating, of which they own, or we own 5. Meriaura has 2 business segments. One is bulk, so basically dry bulk, meaning biomass, wooden ships for district heating companies, or then bulk for food chain, fertilizers, grains, and then project business, which means demanding heavy cargoes and special transports, for example, wind turbine blades or frames, or then grain parts and everything. Throughout this lifetime, Meriaura has been building up a more environmentally friendly shipping. And here it's divided in 3 different segments. Basically, Meriaura has always designed their own ships with new innovative ideas. And now last autumn, they also announced a plan to build a new green ammonium ship, so a ship that is operated with green ammonium, and that's made together with the Wärtsilä and Green North H2 Energy. And that will be continue also to build up new ships that are even low carbon ships than earlier. Meriaura has also been looking for new solutions to cut out transport emissions in their own operations, which can be seen in the daily operations. And Meriaura also has been pioneering using biofuels at sea. They have done their first tests in biofuels already in 1990s, and it's one part of the striving for the more low carbon sea transportation. And then about the green transition company, what we are saying that we are, and I start with this matrix. I think many of you have seen this already. I'm using this rather often, and this is in my mind explaining very nicely where the world is now and where it is going. So basically you have in the bottom, you have energy demand, so either electricity or heat or transportation energy, cooling, and they are our customers. And we are also there. We need the energy for our operations. And more, everybody there, they are looking for low carbon energy sources. So And then you see in the up there is the energy sources, more and more solar, wind, heat pumps, waste heat, bioenergy, even though burning is not necessarily the best way, but it's anyhow cleaner than fossil fuels. And then in the left, you have the distribution, so how you get the energy where it's needed, so the networks. You have electricity, heating, cooling, hydrogen systems. And every player is looking their own position in this matrix. So basically, every city, every house, every country are looking what we are using. So it will not be anymore like one big burning factory that is producing all the electricity and heat for one city. So you have to find a hybrid system where you have multiple different energy sources. And then you do the optimization for yourself. We are both in the heat networks, and of course we are in the transportation now. And we are looking how we can increase the low emission energy in our operations and with our customers. And this is what we have done already in the renewable energy side. So more than 125,000 square meters of large-scale solar thermal fields delivered. So we are very proud of the amount we have delivered, and the customers that are all satisfied what they have gotten and what they are operating. But we are even more proud of the impact we have made together with our customers. So it's more than 20,000 tons savings of CO2 emissions every year. And we are building this more. At the same time, Merihaura has been systematically and relentlessly striving for lower carbon emissions, lower emissions in the sea transport. And last year was I would say, a breakthrough year in that sense, that they were able to reduce its emissions compared to 21 with more than 11%. Normally in a shipping company, if you want to reduce the emissions, you maybe get 3 to 5% if you don't change your fleet. So this is showing how much things have been made to focus in the operations, systematically doing small things, big things to reduce the emissions, and that will continue, also adding biofuels and everything. Additionally, Merihaura has another company that is producing its own biofuel. It's fully recycled biofuels, meaning that this VG marine ecofuel that can be used as a mixed with diesel, usually 70-30% mixture, so 70% biofuel, 30% diesel. And because it's fully recycled and not taken out of the food chain, it's giving up to 96% lower greenhouse gas emission impact compared to fossil oils. And this is also something that we are further developing and increasing the capacity, as we have announced, of our biofuel factory. So this is what we have done. So walk the talk, and this is how we see what we are doing now as a larger combined company. So our strategy will center around accelerating the green transition of our customers. So Merihaura will offer competitive, low-carbon sea transportation, aiming for profitable growth from where we are, and that means getting more market share. And how you get more market share, you add capacity, you build new ships, you rent new ships, and aim for more clean transportation all the time. And from the old Savo Solar point of view, we see huge demand for large-scale solar thermal in both district heating and industrial part. So we want to grow there, but at the same time, with the new structure, we are more stronger to integrate more heat sources, heat pumps, waste heat, storages into our systems. And even if needed, as we discussed already in the panel, to be able to offer the customers the selling the heat for themselves, not only investing in that. So we have significantly more capabilities to do that. And with all these actions, strategic action to reduce emissions in all our operations with our customers, we want to at the same time create significant shareholder value and then take the corporation to the main list of the stock exchange. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Jari. Let's start with the district heating aspects here. It's estimated that by 2050, roughly 50% of the district heating in Europe could be, well, the heating in Europe could be district heating in terms of cities and also companies.
Correct.
So what is the market possibilities here from your perspective? Main competitors, et cetera, et cetera. It's a huge market.
It is a huge market. So, whatever we calculate, we have been calculating that even with the next 5 to 7 years, it can be 500 million to 1 billion euros per year. But it depends on the decisions that how the decisions are made, because the thing is that last year has taught us how volatile the energy market can be. District heating companies have been suffering quite a lot in Central Europe for obvious reason, for gas. And they are now looking for both cleaner sources, but also the energy independence. But still the struggling and the high cost of energy and the availability of energy has postponed the decisions. So it's something that how we can speed up the decisions, it's needed for the companies themselves, for us suppliers, but also for the governments to push this forward.
And shifting focus to the marine, the transportation, this is of course a huge emitter, the shipping.
Yes.
It's you might have the numbers, but it's in terms of percentage of global emissions, it is plenty. I don't have the last digit. Maybe you do.
I don't have, but that's actually still. It's good to remember that whenever you think about transportation by sea, it's more ecological and economical than any other. So.
There are a lot of ships. So
exactly, yes. And there's a lot to do on that side.
Exactly.
Yes.
So on that note, lots to do in terms of looking into the future, 5 years from now. Where is your transportation scheme in terms of what can you achieve in putting a dent into this market?
So we are just, defining our strategic targets also for the growth, but also for the impact on the environment and everything. But we can see already now from the savings that Meriaura did last year for the emission cutting what was significant, and we aim to go forward. And at the same time, Meriaura was making last year one of its best financial years. So it's showing that you can do the cutting the emissions at the same time make a profitable business. And on the future, I believe it will be more and more like that because the customers are asking for, can we have a clean transportation? Because they want to have the green tag on their products.
Of course. That's a sweet spot we want to be, making money and making a cleaner future. Exactly. Yes. Well, thank you very much, Jari. Thank you. Let's continue on water in terms of not shipping, but producing electricity from tidal waves, from slow tidal waves, and also ocean currents. This is very exciting. And Minesto is a company that does that by sweeping a small turbine across a large area. And they do this by a speed that's actually several times the speed of the actual current. So let's hear more about this from Martin Edlund, CEO from Minesto. Please give him a warm hand.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Yes, the topic is renewable energy from the oceans. And we have invented a system that we call an underwater kite. We label them dragons. So it's a dragon speech that I'm going to give you. What you see here is an historic picture for us. It is the first time that the commercial generation of systems are towed out to its production site in the Faroe Islands last summer. So we've kept us really busy since then, positioning the company for commercial rollout and to produce electricity to the grid in the Faroes, together with our first customer there, SEV. I'm going to give you a little bit on the market and the potential of this, some words on the technology and also the project portfolio. But first, there is one untapped natural resource left, and that's the kinetic energy in the oceans. We tried with waves to work on the wind-generated energy, but what we're talking about now is lunar energy. It's the gravity from the moon that is pushing the oceans around, and it's the circulation of Earth that creates the ocean currents. And this is a very attractive natural resource to go after because it's huge and it is in many ways continuous and plannable. So if we can find a technology that really harvests electricity from this resource, we have a perfect match with solar and wind. We all know that solar and wind is a bit unpredictable. We need storage, we need a lot of compensation systems that are costly. So our role here is to plug this into the global energy system to be able to reach 100% global energy systems. You can imagine there is quite an economic value associated with such an opportunity. And what is it that we do? Yes, this kite is tethered to the seabed, and the continuous movement of the ocean creates a lifting force on the wing. We steer it in a trajectory of an 8 with an onboard control system, and then more or less a conventional power takeoff system with a generator and a turbine on board. It's a spin-out from the aircraft manufacturer Saab, and I think it's quite easy to see sort of similarities in that respect. It is the only solution of its kind in oceans. We have heavy patent portfolios covering the principles and the supporting technologies, but the principle is used, and there are several attempts to use it in air, for instance. So Google has been into this for many years, trying in air. But I can tell you that it's much more convenient to do it in the ocean. Much heavier, and when the flow stops, you will not fall sort of from your height where you are. It works perfectly well in all aspects, all functionality. You can imagine the tide turns, we turn with the tides. When the tide stops, we stop the system, and it's fully automatic in all its modes. It's a system where we've been working on the control system onshore all the way up to the wingtip. So for several years, we have integrated the technologies to match the whole system, and that is what we offer together with solid partners. It is a unique system, but many of the components are standard off the shelf or slightly customized components from leading suppliers to build this unique setup. And this is the exact setup we have in the Faroes. It's difficult to show you pictures because it's in the Black Ocean, but it's there and it's generating electricity. And it's not only about flying the Dragon, it's about taking care of it as well. So the whole support, service, maintenance, logistics aspects of it is something that we worked significantly with over the years. You see some pictures from onshore handling, from logistics transport of the 100 kilowatt machine, and the most important aspect, the ocean logistics, when you tow it in and out to production, when you've serviced the system. We use really small boats. We don't need divers. We don't need any sophisticated DP vessels from the offshore sector. And this makes it really robust from a cost perspective in operations, which I must say is this industry's largest hurdle. As an immature, early phase industry, you have to count on short service intervals. And if you can do your service, your inspections, your upgrades cost effectively, you have an enormous advantage in doing that. So what we're flying and generating electricity with, the Dragon 4s, the smaller ones. We are also building the first megawatt unit that will go in later this year. It will go into the same site, all consented from an environmental perspective, cabling in place on shore together with the customer. And this is the unit that will be duplicated in underwater parks. And let's see if I can get to the project aspects of it. We've talked about service, and I'll leave that. Before we get to the parks, the most important question asked is, of course, can this be cost effective? Can we afford the transition based on Minesto's Dragons? And I must say that the cost position we have today with small series and rather modest scale of units and parks. We enter the cost curve significantly lower than wind and solar's done by far. So this means with some volumes and some scale-ups of this, we will be on the same level cost-wise as today's renewables. This is driven by low weight of the systems, low material costs, low handling costs, low operational costs related to that. And of course that we have a very heavy medium in water that makes the units smaller than for example, in the wind sector. The case that makes that sort of is the breakthrough case for us is the Faroe Island case. And you can see a comparison. I will not go into details, but that is a wind scenario and a wind and tidal scenario, how to reach 100% renewable energy system, which is their goal. And the cost of storage in the wind scenario is higher than the cost of populating the fjords with our systems. So we have a cost-effective solution, less material used, and a stable system where storage doesn't have to build to any extent at all, basically. So this is the reason why we're there, and this makes us sort of a dominant resource in the Faroes. It's not only about the planability, it's also about being hidden in the waters. That could have been sort of a fully operational site to the right corner. We don't mess with the sceneries. It's very much about security of supply. It took the energy minister in the UK, this is our site and operations in the UK, by the way, it took him several years to come to our office. We've been running around in the corridors in Westminster for years. But after the 24th of February last year, we had them knocking on our doors, talking about speed up of implementations. Also together with industry, we're working together with salmon farm and aquaculture in the Faroes. There's a global potential around this. No one wants today in sort of the high-end segment of sashimi, for instance, want anything that smells diesel, which is the case for most fish farming. So that's a perfect match for us. And the project rollout, you can imagine the Faroe Islands, 50,000 people, 70,000 sheep. It's not sort of a big market. But even this small market with 100 megawatts, the project investment is around 1.8 to 2 billion Swedish kronor, and half of that is sales for Minesto. And then you can add a tenth of that yearly in service hardware and operations that we offer. So even if this is a small 100 megawatt market, it's more than enough for a small company to really make a successful breakthrough commercially. It is very safe, in harmony with nature. We have over the years worked with several universities, authorities, and it's simply so that the mammals that might sort of be in harm's way, they simply avoid it when it is in operation. There's plenty of room on top of it, under it, and in between the units for the mammals to navigate safely. It is about two markets. It's about potentially fish farming integration, small islands, where we can generate with the unit we have today, and then we talk about the large underwater parks. And what we've identified today, the sites we're working with and with our local partners in several of those markets, you can see that there is quite a significant growth from the 1 billion SEK market in the Faroes at a zero and yet another zero just for the 2030 perspective moving this technology forward. The global potential is around 600 gigawatts, which is then larger than the nuclear capacity on Earth today. So there's quite some work to be done to populate in this sense. We are in many areas, and it's not like we're trying to sort of penetrate all markets with a development company budget, but we have strong partners on local markets that do the site development for us. So when the stars are aligned, that market is sort of a priority candidate for next build-out. For example, Taiwan, where we're working with one of the largest renewable energy project developers, Taiwan Cement. In Taiwan, they recently announced a feed-in tariff that is the highest in the world. Suddenly, Taiwan becomes one of the sites where we now push for a build-out quicker than some of the other sites. Southeast Asia is huge for us. It's also the area where we need to do most on this planet to fix the fight against climate change. Brown coal and diesel, very difficult with a lot of islands and distributed generation needed. That's where the match is the best for us. We work with partners, strong global partners, and this list should be added with several more already. And I think that's a clever way for us to really get the commercial wheels turning. The smallest utility in the world and potentially the largest on the left and the right here. So to summarize this, the technology is unique, protected, and directly linked to competitive advantage. The market that we can address with this is huge. Nuclear scale globally. We have a project pipeline that we are pushing forward and extending. And with the cost position we have, the lightweight systems and clever installation procedures, we will be able to really be an affordable alternative in this energy transition. And I think that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. Very exciting. You mentioned that you had a big portfolio in terms of patents.
Yes.
But do you have competitors, and who are they?
We have, in this sector, I mean, over the years, there are more than 100 actors and companies, but they all work with more or less submerged windmills. So they have a niche market to address. It's very heavy systems, and they need a lot of flow in the water.
So they're basically anchored to the seabed.
They are positioned as sort of a stationary windmill on the seabed or in big floating structures. So they weigh about 10 to 20 times more than our systems.
On that note, in terms of anchoring, and I'm thinking permits. What kind of permits do you need to maneuver these Minesto dragons underwater?
Well, you need sort of a license for the seabed, and you need environmental permits, and then you might need marine licenses, and you need to sort of be aligned with sea traffic and the naval chart production and so forth. So it's a whole package of consenting work needed to get a site sort of as an asset for the company.
But if you compare this consenting to getting a wind power stationary on land or in water, what are we looking at here in timeline?
I'd say since it's a new industry, there are sort of early phase challenges to get everyone aligned with the risks and so forth. But the huge advantage compared to solar and wind is mainly that we're not disturbing the view and we're not occupying land and we don't make any noise. So we've had very good collaboration with local actors in a way that I think the wind industry just can dream of in that respect.
In terms of suitable locations, you pointed out from a more, I think it was more from a financial aspect, but are there waters that are less current, better positions, etc.? Are there waters that are completely unsuitable?
There are large areas of the oceans that are not suitable for this. But if you look at the globe, all coastlines and all major continents have substantial resources.
Because it's also a matter of transmission, transmitting the energy, and also the cost of that transmission, of course. Yeah. So the closer you are, the cheaper it will be to
yes, and most of the resources are closer to shore, where the water gets shallow or in between islands. But it is one of the most important, let's say, business enabling activities to locate really good sites. And that's why we're going a bit broad, because we want to start where the sites match the current sort of dragon sizes we have. So the big one I showed you here is, for a longer perspective, a small one. That's a 12-meter wingspan. But when we go for the Indonesian through flow, for instance, there are 300-400 meters deep. So we have a lot of maneuvering space. So we will talk about wingspans of 30-40 meters.
Well, this sounds very exciting indeed. Thank you very much, Matti. Thank you. Best of
Thank
luck.
you.
Thank you. And now we move back on land. We're going to talk about biomass. We will be listening to Cortus Energy. And Cortus has developed a solution for replacing fossil fuels with a solution based on existing technologies that are combined with a groundbreaking approach of gasifying biomass in a fully integrated process. So please now give a warm hand to CEO Rolf Ljunggren.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we are gasifying biomass to actually substitute fossil fuel in energy processes, but also for heating, but also for the chemical sector. So we have this plant down in Höganäs in southern Sweden, and from there we are now commercializing the technology. So our company has been around for a while. We started 16 years ago and started in a small scale in KTH University here in Stockholm, building our first test plant in 2009, our first gasifier to 2011, located 1.5 hours west from Stockholm, a place called Köping, where we built complete integrated plant and ran over 30 different biomasses through the process before we started the project in Höganäs and building a first industrial scale plant. And this is a 6 megawatt plant that we now have started and operated 24/7. And we're now moving on to start delivering gas to Höganäs. So we have a portfolio of new possibilities, new projects, and it's actually divided in different applications. So it's about green hydrogen, it's about green methanol, also combined heat and power, even here in Sweden nowadays. And it's also what you can refer to as a biorefinery, where you actually use biomass to substitute all parts of fossil products like diesel, jet fuel, gasoline. So these are a few of the projects here and near. We are located, our operation here in Kista outside Stockholm. We have the test plant in Köping and the industrial plant down in Höganäs in Scania here in Sweden. We are working with a very interesting project in Norway, Biojet, actually producing diesel. It has been a very big challenge, and we have learned so many new things regarding how to implement our own technology in a more demanding processing. The company has 34 employees today, where about 20 of the persons are in Höganäs and the rest are in the Kista office. So what do? We have this gasification of biomass. So what do? It's 5 steps that we show here. It's drying. I mean, simply just like a big tumble dryer to get the dryness down to have less than 5% humidity in the biomass. And then we make pyrolysis, number 2 here. And pyrolysis means no air. We make like a charcoal, like barbecue kind of looking charcoal. And then we take this carbon product and we mill it to a very fine grain, but below 1/10 of a millimeter, and start injecting this with steam in the gasifier, the 4th step. And now we are in a temperature of 1100 degrees. Steam and carbon reacts quickly, and we generate a gas which is mostly hydrogen, 60% hydrogen, 30% CO, a little bit of methane and the rest CO2 in that. We cool it down in number 5 here, a cooler. where we get the steam that we need for the processing. And number 3, you see here, is actually where we fire the pyrolysis gas that we get from number 2. And we use then the flue gases, the hot flue gases from heating the gasifier to heat the pyrolysis, and after heating the pyrolysis, heating the dryer. So in that respect, we can be very energy efficient in the processing. We have tested, as I said, lot of different biomasses and different kind, from industrial waste to woody stuff, and it works. It has its own recipes. One can say that one unique feature to what we're doing is actually also the high energy yield, being more than 80% of the energy in the incoming biomass into the gas in the end. We have a portfolio of patents for this. It's 162 patents and 6 families covering the gasifier, hydrogen production, pure hydrogen production, I should say, and the gasifier as it looks, how we inject steam and carbon, making biocarbon to substitute metallurgical coke. It's also about liquid production in this. So all of this in the same platform. So this is a way of seeing our development from the small scale back in 16 years ago to the first testing and building the first plant of 500 kilowatts, 6 megawatts, and now working with big projects also where we go for modular plants like the one you see here as a biorefinery. And this is really the way we go forward with our technology in a modular fashion. The opportunity for renewable energy is good. All of you know that. But the thing is that when we now look upon the pricing that is available for these kind of applications, we see like 100 euros per megawatt, corresponding to 1 krona per kilowatt hour. We see a good return on the plants that we can provide from the 6 megawatt to 20 megawatts and onwards. I mean, this is due to the availability of low-grade biomass. It is the high energy prices that we see in the volatile energy prices in Europe. The CO2 emission rights being at very high prices right now and expected to stay there. It's also that a lot of industries has really woken up and say, we want to go for green energy and we are prepared to pay for it. So the transport sector has been on the green route for a very, very long time, and still there is a lot to do. So, about the Höganäs project, it's 6 megawatt plants, as I said, 2,000 normal cubic meters per hour of syngas. There is a 20-year offtake agreement, and we can save about 10,000 tons of CO2 per year. There is an expansion possibility for us, and this is, well, our reference and where we take new customers and potential customers as we go forward. We had some support from the beginning in the project, which was good at the time and helped us. One other thing that is quite important for a new technology is that we have built, we own, and we operate the plant. And this means that for anyone who wants to buy a plant, we actually have also the organization, how to manage, how to operate this. And we can use that for training the operators, for training the staff for new projects, which actually is, it's a good thing for us. We have at the plant proven that we have the full syngas quality from the start. We have done some testing in Höganäs furnaces. We have had some bad issues with char dusting, which we now have resolved. We are testing also some new solutions when it comes to our specific burners that we use. We have run the 24/7 integrated operation, and we are now, in a few weeks, starting up again and start tests continuously delivering to Höganäs, and that is the important thing for this year in the Höganäs plant. So, what happens around new projects? And we then focus on 4 projects as we go forward. It's just gasifiers, two of them for a project in Germany, 0.5 megawatt, 6 megawatts. We have in Ireland a 6 megawatt plant for producing, it says RNG here, biogas. It's methane, actually. And then there are 2 development projects in one for methanol for shipping, and then the biojet diesel project in Norway. So when we look upon the market for what is the drivers behind these projects, so in Germany, there is a lot of biowaste. There is a change in regulation, and you actually this is a big driver for getting rid of these type of waste. When it comes to RNG biogas in Europe, there is a decision from the EU to go for 35 billion cubic meters per year by 2030 being a green methane, and that is a huge goal, and it needs every resource available to make that happen. We see on the methanol side, there is a very ambitious goal from the industry to have like 8 million tons per year by 2027. So that needs to move quickly forward. And when it comes to green diesel, it's almost infinite. I mean, we see the electrification, we see hydrogen use and so forth. But when it comes to some more demanding the transport and longer distances, we still believe that diesel will have an important part of that for a long time. Looking on the prices is an interesting thing. One can say that the biowaste in Germany gives 250 euros per ton for the biowaste that you use. So you get paid to take it, so you don't even have to worry about having a good yield or anything. It's just a very good starting point for producing competitive gas. When it comes to biogas, there are different initiatives in different European countries, but it has a big spread, and this is really strong incentives. One can say that the third quarter here, the methanol, the pricing of the methanol in combination with the emission rights you need when using fossil gives a very attractive price. And so for the green diesel, you can look at a gas station and see what the HVO 100 have for price. And when it comes to the project value, from our perspective, it's like the 2 gasifiers are smaller projects, 2 to 5 million euros. The biogas project bigger, and there is well, actually more down the road than this first one. The methanol is bigger plants, and so is diesel too. There is, of course, time in this. Where are we, and so on. But the lead time for this type of projects is quite long. Fortunately, we are on a good way on all 4 of these. But that is an important thing regarding this business. It's there are lots of, you have to have permits, you have to have well, environmental building permits, operational permits, and things. So it takes a bit of time in this. But as we put this together in a scenario, so one can say that we then have well, these 4 projects, and apart from that, what can we see happening in the market now? And one interesting thing is the combination of biomass and electricity, where that is available. Norway or northern Sweden or northern Norway is a good example, like a hybrid solution using both biomass and electricity. We also see the CO2 recovery for improving the carbon yield. I mean, get the carbon to a product, whatever it is. And then, of course, just normal industrial thinking, energy recovery and integration, and also biocarbon use. So these are good things for us because it helps actually these projects. Hydrogen is our home turf, you can say. We're starting with 60% hydrogen, and we can turn almost all energy into hydrogen. But the interesting thing now is what is happening here and what is happening with the company Cortes Energy. And of course, the most important thing is that we actually started demonstration in April, that we run for 30 days operation from there on, and to deliver gas and get paid for it. We also will work where we can have some spare capacity and use biocarbon as a product on the market and get quite well paid outside Höganäs. But the 4 projects, together with what's happening in Höganäs, we put together a scenario, and one can say that what does this mean? It means that we go from a small quarterly turnover to a substantial one within those 3 years. And we can see that the cost for different things, the investment cost in Höganäs goes down, and the project are dominating, and that means things that we buy from outside, both equipment and engineering services. But all in all, it means that we don't see that we will be profitable this year, but we see that we can actually early next year turn this around and get profitable and grow. That is the message. So with that, I'm finished my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Rolf. Could you please elaborate a bit on the policy level here? Because you mentioned the emission rights, the prices are very high, due to what we call the Swedish model, but that's another story.
Yeah.
You know this. Also the discussion that's going on now in the EU when it comes to biomass. There's the stuff happening. How does this affect you?
Well, I think first and foremost, it is an issue for the whole, the woody countries in the northern Europe. 1/3 of the forests in the EU is actually in Sweden and Finland. So this industry is actually, I would say they're fighting back. That's the first thing. But what we see is that there are still a lot of biomass available. And the thing here is whether to use the forest residues or not. And as we can see, there on the one side the biodiversity, on the other side it's actually methane leakage that you get from not doing anything.
From leaving it on the ground.
Yeah.
Yes.
So those things are balancing the use or not. So what we see is the availability to cheap biomass is here and will stay around for a long time. There will be issues like this, absolutely. I mean, from a sourcing perspective, there is an even bigger thing when all Eastern Russian and Belarus forest coming into Europe through the Baltics is gone. So the pricing in the Baltics has raised enormously. So I mean, this is the market we see, we act upon. but we find still sourcing to a reasonable price.
And there is, of course, as you mentioned before, other types of biomass that is not forest residues. I wanted to ask you about biochar.
Yeah.
How do you work with biochar? Because there's a huge demand now to sequester the carbon and bring it back into the soil.
Yeah. So what we do is actually the intermediate product in our process is actually biocarbon. And so we have used that for substituting carbon products in the steel industry and tested and so forth. And that is absolutely an application for half our system to produce that. And we see also that apart from actually the steel, the metallurgical industry, it's also, like you say, soil improvement things, and that's a real market. So what we're actually doing is that we have for this year, next year, an overcapacity in the pyrolysis. We will produce biocarbon and sell because
You call it biocarbon, not biochar.
I can call it whatever.
Just so you know, it's the same thing. Yes.
I mean, it's like the product has its specifications. When you talk about biochar, there is you have to meet certain conditions to get a certificate for
Be able to
selling
actually
this.
put it in the ground and make food from it. Yes.
So we are actually in the process of getting that certificate, so we can be part of that market as well.
Because that's also a huge market.
It is indeed. And it's a good thing because then during times when you're not running in an optimal way, you still have products. So it's a good thing to have a versatile process.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Wolf. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we will be listening to Climon. Lena Sundqvist, CEO. Of course, you know Climon already. Produces heat power systems, converting waste heat and geothermal heat into clean electricity. So Lena, please join us here on stage.
Hello, everyone. So I am Lena Sundqvist, CEO of Climon. And when I started as CEO 1.5 years ago, Climon was a turnaround. So what I will present to you today is what we at Climon do and also our focus areas in order to be successful. So we all know here that the world needs more electricity. We in Sweden need much more electricity, Europe needs more electricity, and the rest of the world needs even more electricity. And this at the same time as we need to cut CO2 emissions and come away from fossil fuels. And Climon's contribution to this is that we convert heat into electricity. And this heat can come from a variety of sources. There is waste heat available on board ships. There is waste heat available on power stations. There is waste heat available in industrial processes all across the world. And there is also geothermal heat available, which can be used for geothermal power. And what we do in our technology, this is an ORC system, organic Rankine cycle. This technology has been known for a very long time. And what we do in our process is a very efficient way of converting heat into electricity. And the heat that we are using is between 75 to 100 degrees. There we are very efficient in converting this heat into electricity. And the way we do this is that heat is coming into our process. It is then heating up a liquid circulating into our process. And inside our units, this liquid is then heated up and it has a lower boiling point than water. So we can use heat from 75 to 100 degrees, heat up this liquid, it then becomes a vapor, goes into a turbine and then to a generator, becoming electricity. Then it's cooled down in a condenser and then being pumped around. So as long as there is heat available coming into our system, there is also cold source, then we can continuously produce electricity in our process. Climon was founded in 2011. We are today around 50 employees. The majority of us are based in Kista, outside Stockholm, at our headquarters. We have around 40 of our heat power units in operation today. And in 2017, Climon was listed on Nasdaq First North. The majority of our units today, around 30 units, are on board ships, trading globally in the world. We also are working within power generation, employing units there this year. We are also in industrial waste heat. For example, we have an installation as SSAB steel mill in Borlänge, continuously producing electricity. And this unit has been in operation there for 6 years, still producing electricity there. And we also have our units installed in geothermal, both in Iceland and in Japan. And the units that we have in operation today is heat power 150. That's the 40 units we have in operation today. This is a very efficient system. Unfortunately, this is not as cost-effective system as we would like it to be. That is why we have developed a new system called Heat Power 300, and I will come back to this. And this system, it's much more cost-efficient. So this is what we will base our business on going forward. And to all of our system, we also have a system that we call Climon Live. And this is for us in order to monitoring all our system globally. So we can see the operational profile of all our system in operation today at our headquarters from Kista. So this is our new system. And when developing this system, we're taking all the knowledge with us from our previous system, both from the system as such, but also from all the customer installations we have done. So when developing this system, we have really designed it to be optimal for our customer cases. So, and I'm a real believer in market-driven R&D, so this has really been developed with our customers in mind and our customer processes in mind. And one important driver has been to cut the cost of this system. And we've been able to cut the cost per produced kilowatt hour by 50% with this system compared to the previous system. And this gives them both us and also our customers much better business cases and profitable installations for the customers and also a profitable product and business for us. And when we calculate business case, we do it together with our customers. This is then included both the cost for our system, it is including the installation cost for the customer, and it's also including the operational cost of our system. And for most of our customers, they want to have payback time of 5 years or less than 5 years. And this is something that we see now that we are achieving with this new product. And also, we have built this platform in order to comply with all various certifications in the areas and the markets we want to be in. So first of all, this system is complying with the relevant maritime legislations and certifications like DNV, Lloyd's, ABS, and it is also applying to European demands when we put this system on the European market. So it also needs to have CE certification, which we are applying now to this system, and we also make sure that this has grid code compliance, because if you produce electricity and put it on the grid, you also need to have grid code compliance. So we are sure now that we can live up to all this certification and customer demands with this new system. So the different markets we work on then, the maritime market is very important for us, and this was the background of where Climon started back in 2011. And there is a big drive now in the maritime market, both to cut cost and make fuel or ships more fuel efficient, and also to decarbonize the fleet, making ships more energy efficient. And this is something that we really are achieving with this product, both to cut the cost of fuel and to lower the CO2 emissions. And the way we do this is that when fuel is coming into a ship, around 50% of the energy in the fuel is used for propulsion of the ship, to drive the ship forward. And the rest is becoming waste heat from the engine. And we can take part of this waste heat and convert that into electricity, so the ship does not need to burn additional fuel to produce electricity on board. And there's also coming a lot of legislation now for the shipping industry, both from IMO, which is the International Maritime Organization, to cut CO2 emissions, and also more regional legislation, for example, from EU, they including the maritime industry in the EU's emission trading scheme. So ships entering European ports in the future need to pay carbon tax. So last year in September, we launched this system to the maritime market at SMM in Hamburg, which is the world's largest maritime exhibition. And what you see on the picture here is me and some of my fantastic maritime colleagues, which has a lot of experience working in the marine industry. And since then, we have had a lot of intensive contacts with customer dialogues, negotiations, both with ship owners and also with shipyards for our Heat Power 300 system. And what we do then together with our customers is that we calculate on how much fuel and how much CO2 that they can save with our system. So what you see here to your right is an example business case on a container vessel. So then we have calculated together with that ship owner how much fuel and how much CO2 that we can save. And what you see here on the pictures is also the customer installations that we have today with our Heat Power 150 system. So that is installed on board Virgin Voyager ships, it's installed on Maersk, on Viking Line, and also on Havila ships trading on the Norwegian coast. And in the world, there is around 1,500 to 1,700 ships being built, large ships being built every year. And we see that our system is applicable on around 30% of those. So that gives us an annual addressable market of around 500 to 600 ships, new built ships. And in addition to this, we also have discussion with ship owners on installing this system on retrofit vessels or on existing ships. Then another market that is really interesting for us is also to put this system on land, so within the energy and industry field. And we know, also as I said in the beginning, that the world needs much more electricity, and also as we all know, the cost of electricity has gone up a lot. So there's more pressures now to produce electricity, and a lot of industries are looking into ways of producing more electricity and to buy less electricity from the grid. So this is an area that we're working on a lot as well, both on power stations. So there is a lot of power stations in the world that has an engine, which is very similar to the applications that we have on board ships. And this is an example of this, what you see to the right here. It's an installation in the UK, where it is a power plant with an engine, where we take the waste heat from the engine, produce more electricity. And calculating on these cases, we can produce around 3 to 4% more electricity on this side by implementing our units there. And on this site, they also have carbon capture on it, so making this a net zero carbon installation. So this can be used both as baseload power and also to compensate for variations in the grid. And UK has about the same challenges as the rest of Europe, that they have too little electricity, very high cost of electricity. They have a lot of wind power, but we all know that wind power is great, but it does not produce 24/7. And then they need to have other solutions that can be used as baseload power. And this is one of the solutions. So at the first site being constructed now, you see two of my other colleagues. So it's our R&D manager you see here and one of our great sales managers. And in this site, the first one of this kind being built now in UK, and our heat power 150 units will be installed on this site. It will be operational during this year with also our units on it. And there's now being in discussion and planning of several more of these plants, and in additional plants coming up, it will then be our heat power 300 system that will be applied. And in addition to this, there is a lot of engine manufacturers now looking into how can they increase efficiency of their engines. And there has been a lot of work from engine manufacturers all over the years to increase the efficiency of their engines. But that comes sort of to an end. It's difficult to do much more. But when applying our type of ORC systems, which takes the jacket water or the cooling water from the engine, we see that we can increase the output of around 3 to 4% of the engine installation. So that is also a very interesting area for us. And then there's also a lot of industries contacting us now in Sweden, Europe, and also from the rest of the world. And they see that it's much more expensive for them now to buy electricity from the grid. Sometimes it's a challenge for them to even get electricity from the grid. At the same time as they see as they have waste heat available at their plant. So they're now coming to us and see if we can produce electricity at their plant. And for our land-based industry, our current market focus is within EU and the UK. So our focus now going forward is to get our heat power 300 system to the market, make sure that it works according to customer specifications, and to ramp up our production, and then increasing the sales volumes of our heat power 300 system. So, thank you. See if I also get some questions.
Sorry, it was just a message from the host here. Great. Well, Lena, this is very exciting with the 300 apparatus and going forward on that one. You've had quite a year in terms of stock volatility. Would you like to say something about this?
I don't want to talk about the stock market price, and I should not talk about that. I mean, the stock market price is what it is.
Just looking at what's happened during the year.
Yeah, what's happened during the year. I mean, I took over Climon in a challenging time. It has just been announced a big decrease in order backlog just before I started. It was also announced a cost efficiency program, so we have cut a lot of cost and unfortunately had to say goodbye to a lot of fantastic colleagues. So we have done a lot of things now, just getting our team in place at Climon. We have a fantastic team in place. It's the most fantastic persons I've ever worked with, and also worked really, really dedicated on this new product, because it is a challenge, of course, to be in between two product generations. But this was just a way we had to do in order to make profitable business cases going forward.
Restructuring.
Yeah, restructuring, and really a turnaround. Challenging, tough, but also extremely fantastic in a way as well.
Good. So you mentioned on the shipping side, the devices putting on the boats, that the boats will now be into the ETS, the system paying for polluting.
Yeah.
So that holds quite a potential, doesn't it? Because This has not been the case before, and now, of course, as you mentioned, the ship owners and the transporters, the logistic companies have to look at this.
Yeah.
So if you invest in climb on, how important is the maritime versus the land-based solutions if you calculate into that the ETS news?
Yeah, the ETS is of course part of it. For the maritime industry, it's both important how much fuel the ship owners can save, and before we only calculated our business cases only on the fuel savings. Now we can also include CO2 savings and put a cost on it, whereas it's not clear yet exactly what the ship owners is going to pay for putting out CO2. So there's still some variations there. And when we look into a maritime business versus our land-based business, I think both is very important for us, and it is really good to have both. And since we can apply more or less the same type of system, though with some modifications on it, but this new system that we put on the market is a platform which can be easily adaptable for different markets. So I think it's great to have both those markets and work with them in parallel.
Well, thank you very much, Lena, and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there is now time for lunch. However, there was the partners, the companies presenting need to eat first, so they get in order for the next half of this presentation. And let's see if I get any more word from Sandra here. Do I need to say anything more than that? No, that's fine. So we have lunch now, and we meet back at 12:35. So the presenting companies will be served first, and the food is inside here in Vapensalen. And you pick up your plate, and then you can mingle and sit wherever you want, and there's plenty of space upstairs where you had your coffee. So we'll meet back again at 12:45. Enjoy. Hello and welcome back. We will now talk about more interesting stuff in this field. And we have a partner presentation coming up from NASDAQ. We have the pleasure of inviting Thomas Tyblad, Head of ESG Solution European Markets at NASDAQ, who will talk about how an exchange can support decarbonization. So please give him a warm hand.
Thank you very much, and start to say I'm probably a little bit of an odd bird here compared to the other speakers coming from the financial sector. But it has been really fascinating to hear and listen to the previous presentations about all these fantastic technologies. It's really inspiring. But I would like to give a perspective of, from the financial sector and see how we can support, and especially we, NASDAQ, as an exchange operator, how we can support the society towards a decarbonization. So first of all, just to very briefly say a few words on NASDAQ. We are a global exchange operator, but also a software developer within different types of technologies, very much infrastructure, financial infrastructure technologies, but also other types of technologies to support the corporates and the investors. We have we operate the exchanges in the Nordics and the Baltics, and also in several marketplaces in US. So in total, we have roughly 10,000 corporate clients, roughly 6,000 listed corporates, and we also have contact and as clients investors to roughly 5,000. We operate our exchanges, but we also actually developed technology for and power 130 different marketplaces around the world. So we are actually quite a big software developer. Yes. But when it comes to the role of the exchange, what can we do? Why are we, what kind of position do we have so we can support this development? And I would like to start to say that we have quite a unique position in the ecosystem, in the society's ecosystem and primarily the financial ecosystem, since we are in the intersection between the corporates and the investors. So there we can play a very important role. And the lead words we have in terms of building foundation for markets, foundation for getting capital flow from the investors to the corporates are primarily trust, integrity, and liquidity. And with that, I mean, integrity and trust is so important to build a well-functioning market. If you don't have the integrity and trust, then you don't get a market to flourish. Then you won't get the liquidity either. So that is something we focus very much on. In terms of the role then we play between the investors and the corporates, I would say it's 4 very important areas. It's obviously access to capital. And that is for some of the companies here today are very esteemed clients of ours in the listing venue of NASDAQ. So that is one way to support the access to capital from the marketplace. And that can be done either by like listing of the equity or also, which we have a quite large segment in terms of green or sustainable bonds. So both the equity side and the debt side. We support also the market with transparency. That is key for us to provide. We should not say that this company is good or this is green or whatever, but we should support the transparency so the investors and the different stakeholders can make an informed decision. We also support with different workflow tools. So that is very hands-on for primarily the listed corporates and the other corporates. We support with various tools for them to make the life easier as a listed corporate and also to
to ensure they can provide the transparency towards their stakeholders. And then we also can support in the role of decarbonization different types of markets. And that could be both in the equity side, where we can develop and define different ESG indices, for instance, or have a market for sustainable bonds, or, as I will come back to, on the on the carbon side as well. So, looking into the different key sustainability initiatives we run at Nasdaq, we have, for instance, as I said, the sustainable debt market. That is actually, I think in 21 we had like 30% of all the listed bonds, corporate bonds in the Nordics was sustainable, green or social linked bonds, which is very high, and that's very inspiring. We have something we call Sustainable Bond Network. That is also a platform for all investors to be able to see the whole universe of sustainable bonds in an easy, structured way, so they can actually make their informed decision. Otherwise, this market is extremely fragmented. It's a lot of different data sources, formats, etc., and that is what we try to help out with that. We also have quite a number of different ESG reporting and data solutions, and that goes both for the corporates in terms of what to report, how to report, workflow tools to submit the data to different stakeholders. And that is a challenge for corporates. Nasdaq, as a corporate ourselves, we try to be best in class. I hope I can say that we are best in class in terms of reporting ourselves. And I think we report to like 25, 30 different stakeholders in terms of different ESG data. So it is a challenge, and that's where we from Nasdaq can support. And the flip side of that, when corporates report to us, the flip side of that is obviously the investors. So we can support the investors with that data to aggregate that data in an efficient way. As I said, we have index, ESG indices and derivatives on that. We also have a concept Nordics we call green equity designation. And there we can allow the companies to get a third-party verification around their business model, their operation, etc., to determine that whether it fulfills a certain number of criteria. And thereby they can have a label, a green equity designation label, and you can clarify that to different stakeholders. And then lastly, we have also since 2 years back, roughly, made a majority investment in a platform we call Pure Earth. And that is a carbon removal platform. And that is a way we see that we can support the listed corporates to manage the emissions that they can't abate and they can't reduce. So it's a platform for net negative emissions. So where a producer of net negative emissions, like biochar we had up for discussion here previously, there could be bioenergy, carbon capture and storage, etc. Those produce the net negative emissions, and we can wrap them into a certificate and provide this to corporates that want to neutralize their residual emissions. I can see a lot of similar tendency in where we are in the market with the carbon removal market as well, and the renewable energy, where you have the need for this financing, the need for the off-take agreement to make your project bankable, etc. But we are very optimistic on that side. That said, of course, the abatement, of course, the reduction by all the corporates, that they actually reduce their emissions, that is priority number one. The net negative emission will only be a complementary tool. Thank you. Ska jag stanna?
Thank you very much indeed, Thomas, from Nasdaq. So we're moving on to talk about plastic. We have a company lined up here to talk. Two people, Nexam Chemical, Johan Arvidsson, CEO, and also Christos Svanborg, CTO. Welcome to you. And you develop solutions that enhance properties and performance of plastics and contribute to a more sustainable and circular system here. So fire away.
Thank you very much. Johan Arvidsson, CEO of Nexam Chemical, and like you said, I have Christer Svanberg, our CTO, and so we will really do a deep dive into the technology a bit later on. I will give you a brief introduction to Nexam first, and then we tell you a little bit more around our technology. Nexam Chemical, we are making additives for plastic. And we both develop, we produce, and we sell additives for plastic. And it's sometimes in the general debate, it's the question whether plastic should exist or not at all. That's a topic you hear from every now and then. And of course, it's possible to come to the conclusion that it should never have been invented. On the other hand, plastic material or polymer material is also a foundation for a lot of things we take for granted in our society. It's kind of difficult to see a grocery store without any plastic packaging. I think we will see that also in the coming years. When you're doing sports, everything you wear and have on is usually in plastic, especially you see the skiing people on the pictures. Also in renewable energy, it's a lot of plastic, and that's where we found one of our really growth areas in windmills and the core material for windmills. So we are trying to make plastic better with our additives. Better in a way that they could be stronger or lighter, but also, and this is something that is becoming more and more interesting, easier to recycle. And I wrote here, perhaps a little bit provocative for the plastic industry, that plastic market under reconstruction. And it's like we will see some projections about how big the plastic industry will be in a few years. And yeah, it's easy to come to the conclusion that there are some links missing, and we can be one of those links. And it's nice to be just after Nasdaq, because we actually took the opportunity to go for one of these programs. We did it a bit more than a year ago. The program Nasdaq called Green Designation or Green Equity Designation. That's something which we think is like a hands-on and auditable system that will tell you the story about the company and its business model. I couldn't explain it better than the speaker before me, actually. So that was a good introduction. We are happy for it. It helps us in our daily work, and it's also a transparency for investors that you can actually see the report that has gone through both the products we make, but also how we make them. So it has been a robust system that we really like. Often, Nexam is a company that is here and now. We have a fantastic future and a fantastic possible development, but we are already in this development. We have a foundation for further growth. We are selling last year for a bit over 200 million Swedish crowns. And we have had a steady growth since about 2016. We usually say that our ambition is to grow by 25% a year. We have been doing that for most of the years since during this time period. Last year was a challenge. The challenge is possible to describe under wind energy. There wasn't a lot of windmills built last year, and that we took a hit from that. But for the rest, we are developing nicely, and we expect to bounce up quite heavily when wind industry is getting started a little bit more again. So I will soon hand over to the main speaker today, but just some words around our offering, where we are looking for business, and it has, like I said, making plastic better, lighter and lightweighting. That was really the beginning of Nexam. How can we make it stronger, more temperature resistant, and so on? That was the focus from the very beginning. And that is still an area where we are exploring business opportunities. One area is high temperature resistant composite materials that can be used in aircraft engines, for instance. This is something we do. We sell materials that are used in aircraft engines. By exploring some of these technologies, we came into an area that has been super interesting for us. It is the PET foam is a core material in windmills, and we found additives that could improve those materials, make them more useful and stronger. So we found a business that connected us directly to wind energy. And that was one of the real growth factors in Nexam. It's also a demonstration that we actually can take new technology to the market and initiate business. And we will now do a little bit more of a deep dive in next, what shall we call it? Hopefully top seller and best area, and that will, the wind energy will remain, we will continue with that, but we expect waste and recycling really to be our next big item. So, Christer.
Thank you very much. So let's just focus or zoom out a little bit. What are we talking about? If you look at how much plastic that's produced globally, it's approaching 500 million tons per year. It's huge, it's massive. And if you look at the kind of polymers that we use, almost half of them are polyolefins and PET. And the reason why I mentioned those will be rather obvious in a few slides. But a key issue is if you look at the recycling rate, on a global level, it's only about 10%. So out of all this plastic that we produce, it's only a tiny fraction that we actually manage to put back in the loop. In Europe, yes, we are doing better, but also the ambition is very high. So the Commission's vision is by 2030, which is basically tomorrow, we should have 50% of all the plastic waste recycled. It's a huge challenge. It's a challenge to the whole society. How can we do it? And what I want to show in the next coming slide is that Nexam has a role to play in this. We have one part where we can play a role. What is the issue with plastic? I've been working in the plastic industry for 50 years. I think it's a brilliant material. It's one of the best that we ever had, personal opinion. What is the issue is not so much the material, it's actually how we use it. So typically, we produce it, we use it, and we waste. That is not sustainable. That is not the way we can continue doing, just wasting this good feedstock. So what we need to do is to transition into a circular economy. So after the waste, we collect, we sort the material, we put it into recycler, and we put it back into the loop, so we produce something new out of it again, something valuable, and not just downgrading it. We try to make something very valuable. This goes for basically all things that we do in circular economy. What about plastics? Well, very simplistically, what is a polymer? A polymer is a long chain of a simple building unit that you repeat hundreds of thousands of times. You build a long chain. And this is the reason for all the beautiful properties that you get, the mechanical strengths, and so on and so forth. But when you use the material and when you process the material, especially if you do it over and over again, you can break or you can damage that chain. So when you come to the recycler, when you have collected this one, it's not necessarily the same chain as you had in the first place. It can be smaller, it's shorter, and it can be damaged. So that is an issue, because then we can't just put it back into the loop. And now, this is where Nexam comes into play. We have developed technology where we can at least partly repair or restore. I don't say that we take it back. It's not exactly back to the original place, but we can actually take back quite a few of the most important properties. We call this reactive recycling, because it's basically exactly what we do. It's recycling, and we're doing a reactive process here. By doing this, for polyolefins and PET, we have technology for that. Then we can actually create value for our customer, because they can use it for more highly value-added product, or they can use more recycled material. Some are key and important in order to increase the amount of recycling rate that we have. Two important thing is that the technology that we have, our customer can use it by their existing compounding machine that they have. They don't have to invest in anything new. They simply use their own process, they can use our additive, and they can create something that has new properties, that is more what we want to have for the high-value products. I will then take two examples. Actually, interesting enough, I mean, the bottles that you have, this is a PET bottle, right? One of the polymers that we have, we actually recycle quite good. But, as I said, when you use this material and when you actually process it again, when you want to remelt it to another bottle, eventually you start to degrade that one. You break the polymer. So in order to actually regain the properties, we have additives that you can put into your material, and you can restore or rebuild partly the molecules as well. So we can actually use it to more highly valued product instead of just downgrading it each time. So this is one thing where we try to help closing the loop, coming back so we actually do recycling. Another thing where Nexam can provide technology is when you have recycled plastics, it typically comes in the color of green, brown, or gray. But we still expect to have the nice color of the product that we expect. So Nexam also has technology so we can color these materials into the stuff that we want to have. So if you put this in a bigger perspective, for a few things, or some key polymers, Nexam can provide the right color. We can also help building better properties of the recycled material that you have. So this is one of the areas where we believe we see a great future. We see opportunity where we can actually be part of this and build something new. And coming to the last slide, I've been working 15 years in the polymer industry, and the change that we see now, going from the linear economy to the circular economy, and that is a fundamental change. It will require a lot of technology. And we have to build up new processes in order to do this. How to collect the waste, how to sort the waste, and so on and so forth. But there is, Nexam has technology where we part of that, a link in that, and helping a small contribution, actually putting it back into the loop. So that is the recycling part, and I will hand back to Johan for the overall for Nexam.
And this is our relation to our customers, and this is, you already touched the circular economy, and this is more to illustrate why I think Nexam is so interesting. Beyond our technology, the relations we have usually with our customers, it's never a one-off. It's never that they buy a material and then it's done. We will be a part of our customers' innovation, and they will continuously use our materials if they decide those solutions. So we will have a long-lasting and very intimate relation to all our customers. That's definitely a reason why this can be an interesting company, Nexam. I think we explained our part in a circular economy. That's a second reason. The third one, and hopefully you understood it from the presentation, we have come quite far. It's a lot around here and now. We have a company, it's running, we are selling, but we are still only in the beginning of our journey. So we have an expectation of a really long-lasting increase of our sales and the growth of our company. And with that, I actually would like to just say thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are all afraid of microplastics. And does your product, your innovation, in any way hinder the microplastics from coming out? Let's say the water bottles here. If you recycle them too many times or you reuse them in your home, there's a leakage of microplastics into the drinking water. Does your technology in any way sort of facilitate the lessening of microplastics in our environment?
I would like to say yes, but I think that's a little bit overstatement. No, it's more about when we actually do collect the plastics, then we can do something useful about it. So getting the plastic into the environment is not where it's supposed to be.
No, so
that is a fundamental problem that actually goes beyond this technology.
But on the other hand, if we can increase the value of plastic, we increase the reason to actually collect it. So in that sense, we definitely could say that we have some sort of solution, but we don't need to claim anything for that.
It's a bigger picture that you can contribute to. Well, that's, of course, the most important picture. So if you look at competition, what does that look like?
We of course have competitions everywhere. There are usually much larger companies than Nexam, but if we look to, there are different type of competition. The in-kind and the non-in-kind competition. There are few companies doing exactly the same thing as we do, but you can always solve a problem in different ways. So you will find other solutions to similar problems. On the other hand, the recycling, and we will have different competition in different sectors, but if you speak about the recycling, it's a little bit like the energy production. We need all of it and more, and so we'd rather like to consider alternative technology as complementary. We are going to take plastic recycling from 10% to 50% in 8 years. We need all technology.
Well said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck. Thank you. Moving on, we will talk about biogas. We have Scandinavian Biogas waiting here. It's one of the largest private producers of biogas here in the Nordics. And their mission is to help achieve society's goal of converting to renewable energy. And we have with us Matti Vikkula, CEO of Scandinavian Biogas.
Hello, hello. Well, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody here in the Grand Hôtel. Great pleasure being here and to have the opportunity to present you Scandinavian Biogas story and way forward, as well as appreciating that quite many of you are online. My name is, I'm just trying to see if it works. Now it works. So Matti Vikkula is my name. I have been the CEO of the company now around 10 years plus and been part of the journey so far. What is all about what we are talking today? Biogas is a green energy, green methane, CH4, which is produced on using different organic matters, organic streams, and especially waste streams. When we are producing the gas, it is a microbiological process. Bacteria are doing the job. It's very important that you have a high know-how and capability on assuring optimal circumstances for the bacteria to do the job. The output of the project is that we have three kinds of products. We have the energy, we have the biofertilizer, and we have green CO2. Today we are using the energy and we are using the biofertilizer. In future, we are also taking full benefit of the green CO2. The biogas can be used in 3 ways. You can use it for producing heat and power, which has been very typical in Germany, which is the leading market in Europe. You can upgrade the gas, clean it, and you can use it as a vehicle gas, which has been very typical here in Sweden. And the other alternative is that you inject it into the gas grid, if you have the gas grid nearby, and that has been very typical, for example, in Denmark. The third way of using the biogas is to liquefy the upgraded biogas, so it becomes bio-LNG, a comparable product with LNG, which offers much better opportunities to transport the biogas and the energy, and as well offers new customer segments to start using it. So this is the frame for biogas and biogas industry as a whole. Last year was a game-changing year for us as an industry in Europe. So far, main interest has been to enhance the benefits for the climate, but all of a sudden, given the Ukraine war, one of the key issues in Europe is how can we assure increased domestic energy supply in Europe. Huge demand, huge interest. EU Commission even has increased substantially targets for biogas. How do we use biogas in the future as we see it? The main solution as we see is the liquid biogas, bio-LNG, used especially in heavy truck segment. Here on this slide you see also what is the infrastructural coverage in Europe. It is already quite extended. It's very useful and easy to use for transportation companies. What I would like to flag here for is that one of the leading countries here is Germany, and we signed last year an important deal agreement with German Alten, which is a leading distributor in Germany for bio-LNG and LNG. They have around 40% market share of the filling stations. So, and we signed an agreement on a level of 1 terawatt hours, or respectively 2.7 billion Swedish crowns worth, with the current market prices then. The other segment which is very promising is shipping. We are waiting additional regulation from EU Commission perspective to require a certain share of bunkering to be based on green energies, and that will then boost the demand even in this sector. There are already around 500 ships using LNG, bio-LNG globally. Either they are already in operation or will be soon. Third segment, which is important as well in the future, is the industrial usage. However, we believe that the price point will be a bit lower for the industrial use, and therefore the main users will be the heavy transportation and shipping. What we have been seeing lately is that there's a huge interest from the capital market side to be part of the biomethane transformation, given the game-changing nature which started last year. Goldman Sachs has just recently published that they will invest 1 billion euros within biomethane in the near future. Shell took over a leading Scandinavian player, Nature Energy, with an enterprise value of $2 billion. We have seen Varo also to invest in this sector, not only in biogas but in net zero energies as well. And especially what I would like to reflect for is that European Biogas Association has agreed with the EU Commission to establish a joint task force to facilitate the growth in order to achieve a 340 terawatt hours target 2030, which actually was doubled after the Ukrainian war. What about us? At the end of last year, we had an order book on a level of 2.4 terawatt hours. You can compare it with last year's production level, which was a bit less than 400 gigawatt hours. So it's given last year's volumes, it's like on a level of six years need or supplies. Last year we also confirmed our long-term targets to grow from a bit less than around 400 gigawatt hours to 3,000 gigawatt hours, 3 terawatt hours 2030 production capacity, and have a target to achieve 2026 1.2 terawatt hours volume. That implies that we are now in a very strong growth phase, looking for new growth opportunities, and we established last year a growth-oriented organization in order to enhance the growth in the Northern European markets, which we define as our home market, Nordics, Germany, Benelux and Poland included. Pipeline is very well aligned, and what I would like then especially to highlight is that this game-changing year last year also boosted the prices, the selling prices of our bioenergy. We see ourselves to receive a major premium on our sales prices. And on this figure you see that earlier on, as we call it scan old, that was the price level we have been receiving so far for our biomethane in Scandinavia, around 900 Swedish crowns per megawatt hour. But now, given the change, we see that we get a 50%, 100% premium, so the prices in the new agreements are on a level of 1,400, 1,800 SEK per megawatt hour. And even then in the German transport sector, we have an even higher price given this Alten agreement. We can achieve a price level on a level of 2,700 Swedish crowns per megawatt hour. However, we'll point out that majority of this is based on green certificates and minority is based on the energy itself. What is worth noting that in the old world, our agreements were long-term agreements, fixed prices, annual indexation. Now the new agreements are much more dynamic, so there is a upside and downside. We are having a leverage and positive leverage on when price is going up, but also have some impact when it's going down. In a way, we are sharing the benefit with our distributors and customers. And the graph itself is showing how the transformation is going from the old agreements to the new agreements within the forthcoming months and years. And as you can see that during the second half, when part of our renegotiated agreements are in use, as well as we will start deliveries of bio-LNG from our facility here in Stockholm region in Södertörn. So during the second half of this year, the new prices will have say around 30% share of our supplies. This is very important transformation and is substantially going to impact our profitability and is very vital to assess when assessing how the profitability of the company is developing. We have also ongoing negotiations with the existing agreements in order to adjust them according to the market circumstances. A couple of words on the full annual level, 2022. Our supplies last year were somewhat lower than year before due to the fact that the turmoil in the market also boosted some cost for some raw materials. We were forced not to continue using glycerin due to the price, and we were not able to put that price on customer side, so we reduced volumes. Besides of the 1 terawatt hour agreement with Alten Oil, we were also able to sign an agreement with a Scandinavian Nordic energy distributor for transportation sector on a level of 300 gigawatt hours. We are very pleased to have a very positive and good pipeline for our growth. Last year also, from the Swedish perspective, it was an interesting decision by the EU Tribunal Sweden was granted a tax benefit for biogas for 10 years. It was appealed, and the tribunal decision was that it was with reason. And now that has not been appealed, neither from EU perspective or Swedish government perspective, and that means that biogas is now has the obligation to pay energy tax in Sweden, and the implication for that will be that for certain customers the energy prices when using biogas will go slightly up and probably will have some impact in terms of volumes. From our side, we are not that worried on the volumes given the fact that we are able to produce bio-LNG, and we have the opportunity to even export it in case the volumes would get lower here in our home market. Just a couple of points of the last year, or Q4 last year. The most important point was that we are aiming to grow pretty fast. We made an important investment decision at the end of the year. So here in Sweden, we have already started investing in Mönsterås for a large-scale biogas facility on a level of 120 gigawatt hours. It is a very important milestone given the fact that it's in cooperation with the local farmers. They are co-owners in the project, and they are long-term suppliers of their raw material in terms of manure and other side products from agricultural sector. This is very important because the future growth is based on this kind of a standardization, this kind of a business model, this kind of a feedstock for the additional facilities to come. We also finalized during the last year a share issue on a level of 330 million Swedish crowns around. Consequence of that was that the 4 largest shareholders own now 70% of the company. Largest shareholder being Aneo from Norway. They own a bit more than 1/3. The second one is ST1, Finnish energy distributor. They jointly have around 50% stake of the company. Our volumes have been, during the last years, sales volumes pretty stable. However, the profitability last year we were not at all pleased with. One of the facts was that during the first half, the production subsidy, which we have had here in Sweden, we didn't have the possibility to get it due to administrative reasons from the government side. And then during the fourth quarter, we had very high electricity prices, and that impacted our business and operations in those regions where we had not full hedging. There we had also some extra cost in when commissioning our facility in Norway, as we call Skogn 2 at that facility. Cash flow-wise, operative cash flow lower. At the end of the year, the net cash was 560 million crowns. The use of funds is mainly allocated to growth as we are growing very fast with 3 projects ongoing. And this is showing the net debt position around 108 million Swedish net debt after or without leasing agreements. In terms of the way forward, we have communicated a very clear target to reach 2024 a 30% EBITDA. This is driven by volume increase by at least 30% when comparing 24-22. We see that the average sales price is increasing at least 40% for the same period. We also see that there is a certain cost increase in feedstock and other raw materials. However, the increase is lower per gigawatt hour much lower than the sales price increase. Altogether, we see ourselves to be able to deliver a positive before tax result when our Stockholm LBG project is commissioned. We started this summer, forthcoming summer, and as well as the Mönsterås project is commissioned, which we are planning to start next year, second half. And for both projects, we have received a reasonable volume. This is the summary of the growth project which we are now already working with, and they are progressing well. I don't go into those details, but as a last slide, I would like to flag for this production capacity targets. As I mentioned, we are aiming to reach 1.2 terawatt hours 2026, and implying that we will additionally make investment decisions around for 4 projects in the same size as Mönsterås. Total investment budget in the range of 3 billion Swedish crowns or 300 million euros. That is something which we are now actively working with, as the ambition is to make those decisions before the end of next year, and also to assure the financing with current shareholders, with new shareholders, and with our financing partners. This year, and this is more or less the view how the company could look like after all these investments, the coverage in the Northern European area. Final word is related to this year. As I mentioned, we are in a transition with our share prices, with the new agreements. We are improving the profitability based on those agreements, as well as the bio-LNG production in Södertörn, which is to be commissioned. However, the first half is a bit challenging due to the fact that the index model we have in our agreements is hitting us more on the cost side, and we are getting on the benefit side. So overall, thank you very much. Ready for your questions, and we are working actively to contribute in the energy security as well as the green transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matti. You are, like all companies, very much in the hands of policymakers. And of course, we have the discussion that I asked one of the previous speakers about the Biomass directive, of course. How is this affecting you? And also the discussion of changing the reduction flight in terms of how we mix the fuels.
Yeah, of course, the Biogas directive is very much impacting on which kind of, say, raw materials we can use, variable CO2 profile. But overall, we are very well equipped that, and we think that it's benefiting the overall industry. What we are a bit concerned is that the administrative processes will be quite extensive.
And how about the mixing in the fuels, the reduction directive? It's now of course there's a Swedish discussion. We all know about this one, but there's also a changing of the percentage from an EU perspective.
EU perspective, yes. I mean, the fact is that in the EU, the regulation is very fragmented for green energy. Each of the member countries have their own regulation, and it's quite taking quite a lot of time in order to follow it. I think that if we would have a unified approach, and if we would have a unified approach on assuring a certain kind of a, say, mixing share in the energy portfolio, it would be quite easy for all of us to understand how it works.
That might just be in place. You don't know.
Let's see.
But let's hope for it, because it will and for sure facilitate the transition faster.
Would do so.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We will now listen to a presentation from Nordshield. Their vision is to eliminate the usage of non-sustainable, non-renewable, and toxic ingredients in antimicrobial protection by offering natural-based solutions. And with us here we have Greta Vaisi, Head of Regulatory Affairs. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
Hang on, there's no sound. Come again. No, we need sound on Greta. Keep on speaking, see what if it happens. Nope. You will get a hand microphone. Otherwise, I'll just turn mine off. There will be hand mic. I'll get a hand microphone. Hang on. Wait, Greta, because nobody, it's a big room. So sorry for this. It happens sometimes. Here you go.
Okay, finally I can begin. So yes, my name is Greta Vaisi and I'm from the Nordshield company, and I'm very happy to come here to present to you about this field of antimicrobial textile coating actually. So it's very different that we have discussed today, different kind of technologies, but this is also one very important area when you are considering sustainable material design and development. So I will first introduce ourselves in brief, and then tell you about why are these technologies needed, what are those global challenges. Of course, we have sustainable drivers, which I will introduce you also, and then to discuss the key regulatory challenges that new innovations may face because of these very strict regulatory frameworks. After, we will investigate if there is and what kind of opportunities we might have. So, in brief, we are a small biotech company, but we have a lot of very specialists in their fields, people in their fields, which are handling their own areas very excellently. We have a technical services and own laboratory, so we really can make a lot of efforts and studies ourselves. Nordseed was established in 2016. We really behave according to the management systems. So also one management system that we have is for medical devices, because our field and some of our technologies are aimed for medical area. But the core focus, as I have said, is in textile protection. So we aim to develop nature-based technologies for textiles and replace toxic chemicals and heavy metals that are used today. Our strategy is to have intellectual property developed and efficient and sustainable technologies that follows the safe by design concept. Of course, the key thing is to be regulatory compliance globally, and proof of concept is the one main issue. So our solutions are originating from and inspired by nature. These technologies are nature-based solutions to overcome the problems of resistance and environmentally hazardous antimicrobial coatings used today. We have fabric treatments for also that are non-biocidal, and some are biocidal products. But now I will focus more on the issues what comes from the biocides. So why are textiles treated with biocide? It is of course because of their microbes growth on textiles very well, and they will cause harm on the textiles and also for the humans because of pathogens can be transmitted. They cause odors as well and other skin sensitizing problems. And of course in medical and healthcare area this is very huge issue. Today they use traditional biocides that contain silver and quartz and have found out to be environmentally hazardous. So how those can be actually be on the markets at the moment? It is because of the regulatory in EU, for instance. Most of these currently used biocidal textile treatment products are actually under the transitional arrangement that gives unlevel playing field between old and new active substances. So there is a significant need to develop alternatives to conventional biocides. And there are a lot of research on green antimicrobial agents already that are bio-based and environmentally friendly. And our solution allow the transition of the antimicrobial textiles market from the existing polluting and toxic biocide-based treatment solutions to a natural, sustainable alternative. And the strategy is to develop this via safe by design concept, follow the green chemistry, and meet the regulatory obligations worldwide, which is very bold strategy, but that is what we have to do. So here you can see the sustainability drivers that we indeed have within the EU, a lot of good plan and actions that aims towards toxic-free environments. So EU Commission has the strategy established, chemical strategy for sustainability established in 2020, and it includes this toxic-free hierarchy. This toxic-free hierarchy is going to be the future chemical management, actually, and it really boosts innovations by promoting the use of more sustainable gas and material design. Also, green chemistry is one aspect that is very important within our field, as it is an ecologically oriented chemistry that integrates the concept of sustainability into every aspect of chemical thinking. Another one, which is very good and also reflects to biocidal products, is strategic research and innovation plan for safe and sustainable chemicals and materials. That is also European Commission plan. And it actually says that develop biocidal products with improved efficiency, biocompatibility, and biodegradability to overcome the problems of traditional ones. So there is a strong need and motivation to develop these other alternatives in this field of biocides as well. Well, it really has been taken into EU Commission's programs, but how it actually can happen? Here are some main key regulatory challenges. First of all, it has to be remembered that if you are claiming any kind of protection against microbes, you normally fall under some kind of biocidal regulation, and then you have a lot of obligations to do. Well, that is very challenging because there is so many different kind of definitions for biocides globally. In one area you talk about biocides, in another antimicrobials, biopesticides, minimum risk pesticides. There are so many variations that you may fall under, or even there is so many variations between one country that you have to take into account. So multiple regulatory schemes with different focuses is very challenging, but you really have to still have a global product that you have to achieve. This, of course, naturally leads to that when you have a lot of regulatory schemes, there is several investments that you have to also do before actual profits can be made. These other costs that can come are study requirements, consultancy fees, and so on. We will see those soon. This is an example about 3 different areas and 3 different assessments of the biocides. It really is so that generally argued that the most challenging and most costly regulatory scheme is the EU's PPR. Basically, the PPR does not recognize the concept of natural or organic. It considers your substance. All chemical materials are considered at a similar way. There is possibility to be included to low-risk substances, but if you are not there at the moment, it will require huge investments to get all studies done. EU PPR also recognizes sustainability. It recognizes safer alternatives. But basically, there is very hard to get into that system if you have a new active substance, for instance. If we compare for US, there is a clear definition for biochemical pesticides. They are naturally occurring substances that to control pests by non-toxic mechanism. That is very important word and very good routes also for these kind of natural-based substances. It is a shorter process with fewer requirements. Also, under these lower risk products or active substances, there are other options in the US. It is called treated article exemption or even minimum risk pesticides. So if we compare these two areas, there is a lot of differences, which I will show you soon. However, in Australia, there is an exemption for these kind of textile coatings, and it really recognizes the protective technologies under this exemption. So this is very smooth and fast process and does not require a huge amount of work. But one can argue, of course, that how safe is that if there is not clear control. I want to highlight here that there are so many variations globally between these regulations that you have to really take into account. Of course, it is a self-evident requirement that the safety of the used substance is good. It has to be safe. But if you consider the EU, there is the active substance approval stages. It requires a huge amount of data. It requires a huge amount of money, of course, to fulfill that data in some situations. That really puts the applicants into uncertain situation. And that is also the point that in the meanwhile of the registration process, the authorities can require new studies. And we have to be, this has to be also noted that if to fall under the basic, quite strong regulation within the EU, there is a lot of also animal studies that are required in this kind of. This is a very busy slide, but I just want to show you about the differences between these two global EU and the US. You can see here new active ingredients, application, and product authorization. These are green because basically if you are starting with the new active ingredient, you have to be ready that this evaluation period will take 5 years or even more, because then you have to also get authorized your own product, which will take at least 2 years. So the first case scenario for EUs, and if you fall under this most regulated route, is 7 years and a lot of money. However, there is this simplified process. This is very strict as well. It is very hard to get in these kind of processes because there is so many data requirements, but different requirements based on your substance. So here, this is really a shorter route that in EU we have. If we consider the US, now we have to note that here we only see those application routes for these nature-based type of products. Here we do not include about the normal antimicrobial synthetic active substances because they have many possibilities here. But in EU, basically this is the normal route and this is the only option. If you cannot get here, it's very problematic. Here we have the biopesticides, which really, as I described, can be thought as a nature-based low-toxic substances and the product regulation. Of course, there is a lower requirements for the studies, and then you also can get these approvals about 2 years, 3 years time.
yeah, it costs money, but not as bad as comparing to the EU. Then, of course, there is these treated article exemptions, which basically can be done within a year. So all of these options could be possible for these kind of nature-based substances and products. But I can say that it's lacking here. So the regulatory compliance is a fundamental prerequisite, it's for sure. We really need extreme regulatory and research and development intelligence to cope with the regulatory schemes, because they are so different and there are so many different lists to take into account. We could say that the existing regulatory framework hampers the innovations towards more sustainable biocides within the EU. There is a lot of costs, delays, changing requirements already under the one regulatory scheme, and also there is risk getting the new products to market. One issue as well is that basically these sustainable claims cannot be made in EU. Some of course you can do, but there is a restricted claims that you can make, and you cannot find any advantages for if you are using a lower risk biocide, because the authorities doesn't promote those at the moment. They could be shown more about the information, what actually means if you have the simplified procedure, if you have the product that compiles the simplified procedure. So, if we have so many sustainability drivers, but we do not have the accelerated pathway, it's a little bit complicated to get the products on the market. And you really have to do the regulatory and research and development intelligence that you will actually fulfill all requirements that are in the simplified authorization process. As a conclusion, nature-based technologies that are sustainable and safer alternatives does not pose regulatory advantages in all regions. Somewhere, yes, but not definitely everywhere. This raised the question that how we ensure and demonstrate the compliance for nature-derived substances without an appropriated scheme. As I said, the regulatory approvals are timely and very costly, often insufficient and lacking the middle routes for an accelerated pathway. The dossiers are very complex, costs are very high, and there is require close planning and require a lot of teamwork and consultancy as well. Yeah, we can say that we really would need accelerated pathways, at least in the EU, that should support nature-based, more safe and more environmental friendlier products and active ingredients. So I have now shown that there is a lot of goals within the EU Commission to boost new innovations, to develop these nature-based substances within the chemical management and risk management fields. But there is a lacking of the right way to do that at the moment. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Greta. Sorry about the microphone. It's difficult to, well, you managed
problem.
very well, but it's in the clicker and the phone and the microphone. So in terms of competition from North Shield's perspective, what does it look like?
Yeah, I can say that there are all main used companies, they try to develop these nature-based and better alternatives, but it is extremely hard to find those kind of formulations that actually suit well within these processes, because of the requirements are very strict. So there are, of course, those competitions, and there are technologies that are developed from nature-based substances, but often they lack the durability and the efficacy as well.
But on the other hand, we see there's demand from the customers because we are becoming more and more aware of what we bring on our skin and also what happens when we wash our textiles. It pollutes the waters, it creates all sorts of problems downstream, literally. So how important is the customer pressure in this business?
It is very important because the customers actually is the voice that now should be heard also from to the regulatory side. So we have often concluded in many cases that normally it is the customers who should actually bring more of these issues because it is really needed and it's just so strict control within the EU at the moment.
Well, thank you very much. Best of luck at your important work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we need to move about a bit, right? Maybe drink some more coffee or not. At least there is water, there is like great company. So we meet back up here again at 2:05. So short break and see you again. So, we have more exciting news coming up here from the stage, and the next company is EcoClime, and their business case is to create better indoor climate, air quality, and more sustainable energy consumption. And you're already up here, great. Per Asperger, CEO, give him a warm hand.
Well, thank you everybody, and thank you for the invitation. I'll talk a few minutes about EcoClime. We are at present actually a 10-year-old company. We are involved entirely in cost-efficient energy recycling, and we call ourselves from start to scale up. And what we're looking at is recapturing and saving energies in buildings on several, well, actually almost different levels. But I will focus on circular energy and what we are doing there and our core product, which is recovery of energy from wastewater, which is also a part of clean tech. And what I would like to try to show you is how to save energy or save or recapture energy in a building, in a multi-housing, multi-family building. And what this pie chart is trying to show you is that a lot of effort can be done by changing windows, new windows. You can have roof insulation. You can have ventilation heat recovery. It's called FTX systems or Luftvärme in Swedish. And then you can finally have extraction of heat or recovery of heat from wastewater. And this is something new. This hasn't been done in any industrial scale yet until we arrived. And the interesting is, if you compare it to the last slide, and that is that to recover heat or energy from warm water, this goes exactly as well in new buildings as in old buildings. The only difference is that in new buildings, it's actually a much larger part of the total energy consumption than it is in an old building. Because in an old building, you don't have the same installation, you maybe don't have any FTX systems, your windows are old, etc., etc. But in a new building, you have taken care of all those things, except one, and that is recovery of warm water. And this diagram is supposed to show you, depending on where, at what time the buildings were built and created, and on how much energy there is still to save. And if we look here at 1961 to 1975, that was when we had the so-called miljonprogrammet in Swedish, where there was built 1 million new flats in Sweden. And for example, in those buildings, there are lots to save from both from new windows, roof installations, ventilation of heat and so on, heat recovery, and of course wastewater heat recovery. The interesting thing is though that when you come to 2006 until present, you see that most of these things are taken care of in a new built multi-family housing, except recovery of heat from wastewater. That's the only thing the main only thing that is left to save in a building. But the thing is, it's very tricky to extract the energy from wastewater, because you have what we call variable flows, i.e. you take a shower in the morning, the dishwasher, washing machine and so on, you sleep at night. In order to recover heat from water, you need the water to be stable. You can't have it flowing a few hours per day and then not flowing at all. So you have to take care of that problem. The other thing you have to take care of, that sewage water from a house, it can contain just about everything. I mean, from detergents to, well, I'm not going to dwell into it, but you know. And for that, you need very special materials that can handle all that pollution, dirt, filth, and so on. And the third thing you need is that once you recover, you eventually manage to recover the heat from the wastewater, you need to put it back in use. And that's why the market is not overwhelmed with recovery of heat from wastewater, because as far as we see, we are the first ones who can do this on a bigger scale. And the beginning of this is our patented heat exchanger. It doesn't look very much, anyway, but I can assure you it took some 17,000 tests before it actually worked. It's a polymeric special material. This material must not only stand for all the filth and dirt that you have in the heat water, it must resist that the dirt sticks to it. So it's really designed for harsh condition. And then it's very, very efficient. So this is patented for the next several years. And what we do is that we take these heat exchangers and we put them in this energy collector. And then we put it all down into a huge tank full of wastewater. And then the magic begins. It looks like this. I'm trying to make sense. I don't know if I succeed, but I'll do my very best. First, you have number one. You have the pump pit. So the wastewater comes from the flat, goes into the pump pit. There we pump the wastewater up to a buffer tank, because sometimes you take a shower, sometimes you don't. So you need a buffer tank. Then from that buffer tank, you put the water into what we call the collector tank. And here is where we extract the heat. So on average, sewage wastewater from a house has a temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. That's average. What we do is we decrease the temperature here from 25 degrees to 7 degrees via the heat exchanger. And then the 7-degree water, it goes out here and then down to the sewage plant somewhere. And the heated water, it goes in here in a, I would say, almost a traditional heat pump. And that's where, so to speak, you get a turbo effect, where you put already warm water into a heat pump. And there you expand it by the factor of 3, 4, or 5. And then from there, you pump the water to the heating, to the warm water tank, sorry. And then it's getting again. So this is almost, not entirely, but it's almost a circular system. And if you ask, well, how much of the energy in the wastewater do you actually, are you able to capture? The answer is 90%. Sorry, it's 90%. So what we, and if you begin to talk about mathematics, so what does this 90% mean in a multifamily housing? Well, it translates to those of you who knows a little bit about buildings. That is a saving of equivalent 25 kilowatt hours per square meter and year. And for example, if you live in a newly built multifamily house here in Stockholm area, for example. Those 25 kilowatt hour per square meter per year is about half of your bill for the district heating, or fjärrvärme as it's called in Swedish. So it's a large amount of saving, and that's where the money is. So for us, we were established in 2013. Our founder, and we have slowly but safely been building the company since then, and had last year a turnover of close to 250 million, and we expect to grow a little bit more or significantly more this year. Our adjusted results as measured by EBITDA, 2022 was a kind of a disappointing year. It was several factors, but there were several costs and investments of more, well, non-occurring nature, which we don't see coming here in 2023, and we still see a pretty fast growth organically. So when we look at 2023, we used the word of mastered optimism. I don't know if it's the prudent in Swedish, I would say behärskad optimism, but mastered optimism, because as you can read here, we see 2023 really as it's a challenging year, no doubt about it, and especially in construction and new housing. It's been falling quite rapidly since last summer. Also, the rising interest level have left no one unnoticed, especially not the last few days. And those, of course, increase investment costs. But what we see on the other hand is that, well, we have significantly higher energy prices and what we thought for just a couple of years ago. So, and when we measure these both positives and negative, it comes out recently okay. And so far this year, we discussed this as late as the other day. We were looking at, well, what's the outlook for this year? Things do look kind of gloomy if you read Dagens Industri or Financial Times or whatever. But from our point of view, so far so good this year, and we are very convinced that our growth in turnover will be in the high double-digit figures this year, as most of our business parts, they are growing. They are growing, and that's of course because we do see this increased interest and need from clients who not only want to make money on saving energy, but they also want to really reduce their CO2 emissions. So this we see will make our road ahead with continued high turnover, and we are just in the step of establishing sales in Germany, which is a country that is kind of similar to Sweden, albeit it's much larger, but with their energy situation, their heating problems with natural gas and so on, we see that, well, that's a new market for us. And we are hoping and expecting to have a first orders and eventual deliveries before the year end. So with this, I say thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Per. This is obviously a huge market, but what competitors do you have in this field?
Actually, we have no direct competitors when it comes to extracting heat from sewage, because there are no other systems. So the actual competition would be from other either energy recovering, heat recovering, like FTX, air recovering from air, or sunshine panels or something like that. But to extract heat from wastewater, no. So far, no one.
That's good news for you, of course, for the investors too. So when you look at retrofitting, because we do have lots and lots of buildings that need to be renovated, not to mention the ones that you mentioned before, the ones that were constructed in the 60s and the 70s in Sweden. We have them all over Europe, and they need to be retrofitted. How costly or efficient? I mean, is that a big market for you retrofitting versus the market of new construction, building? Because these tanks they're not tiny.
No, they are not that tiny. So they are, I would say that of course, it's easier in new production, yes. Because then you design for it and it's a little bit cheaper. But it works quite well in older buildings as well. Not in all buildings, but in surprisingly many. Absolutely. So you either store this in your basement, and you need a room of 35 square meters with 2.5 meters height. That's more or less all. Because the beautiful thing is that almost all sewage in a house, it comes from all kinds of appliances, all kinds of flats, but it ends up in one pipe. And you got to find that pipe, and there you access the wastewater from there.
It's a fascinating technique, and it will be exciting to follow the progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next company to present is Absolicon, and Joachim Byström is waiting here, the CEO. It's a company that aims to conquer. There you are, Joachim. I noticed you were sitting down there preparing. I also noticed a note that you came from another meeting, so you've been keeping busy today, and also you were on the panel. Solar concentrators, and you're also working to establish a distributor network, but I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Hasn't it been a little slow with the presentations here today? Don't worry, we will solve this now. What we are doing is putting checkmate to fossil fuels. And we have just sold 2 robotized production lines. We have 2 solar heating plants for multinationals. We have agreements with 7 of the world's largest food and beverage companies. And we can today also produce how we can have 100% solar heat and hydrogen solution. We are listed on Spotlight Next, but our core competence is the world's most efficient solar concentrator with 76% efficiency. And we have 88 patents pending or granted. But what we sell is a robotized production line that can mass produce the solar collector. And this we do together with ABB. The third thing that we do is that we cooperate with the world's largest food and beverage companies. And you will hear more about this. Some climate introduction. We are working to keep the temperature below 1.5 degrees. And to do that, we need to have net zero emissions in the second half of this century. Luckily, all the 197 countries of the world has agreed to this. But to do that, we need to cut the CO2 emission by half every decade. You know this. You want Rockström stuff. This is what IPCC has decided to put as a roadmap. Go from 40 today to 20 in 2030, to 10 megaton in 2030, and to 5 megaton in 2050. So the fossil fuel need to reduce like this, but at the same time, the energy consumption will increase. More people want to have nice jackets and cars and air conditioning. So we have this big gap in between that we need to fill with renewable energy and then primarily solar energy. At the same time, as we are going to surf down this CO2 from the fossil fuel, we are going from being 8 billion people on Earth and 1 billion who are well off to get 10 billion people on Earth and 4 billion who have the same living standard than us. So the global economy will increase 4 times. But already today, when 1 billion people is living this life, we are consuming more resources than what the Earth can provide. If we just would upscale this 4 times, there's no way the ecosystem would survive. So we need to redesign how we do clothes, how we do food, how we do energy. And here we have three things that humanity need: electricity, transport, and heat. And now you know it, should we say it all together? 20% heat, 30% transport, 50% heat. So heat is half. Here we have it, like this. So if it's something I want you to bring from today is this picture and this logo that you will see around. So everything we consume is made by heat. The textile, the cheese, the beer. But if we want to go then to have a zero CO2 emission dairy, how do you do this? Well, the dairy plant, it has a quarter of the energy consumption is electricity, and 3/4 are heat, basically steam that comes from a big oil burner in the back of the dairy plant. The electricity, the multinationals have already solved. They basically lift the receiver and call their electricity provider and ask them to build some wind power that they could partly pay for, so they get the green electricity. So most of the multinationals, they today have 100% renewable electricity, which is fantastic. Sometimes this is mixed up so that they say like we have 100% renewable energy. But it's only the electricity that they have solved. The 3/4 that is heat is still coming from their old oil boiler in the back of the brewery plant. But this we can replace by having concentrated solar that produce the steam that the brewery needs. When you ask the big international energy agencies, IRENA and IEA, what this transition from oil burner to solar thermal will look like for those industries, they say that, well, this will be a market of up to 2050, $1 trillion. And it's both IRENA and IEA for some different reports. But today, this is a super small market, and the multinationals have not yet started this transition on the heat sector. Our solution is to provide concentrated solar energy. We focus the light, like with a magnifying glass, up to 160 degrees, and provide this steam to replace the fossil steam that they are using today. We are super proud of this collector. It's a product made of steel and glass that follow the sun during the day to produce this 160-degree hot steam. And we are looking at making hundreds of millions of square meters of those solar collectors. When we do that, it's of course important that we don't destroy the world's climate while building the solar collector, isn't it? But luckily, we have, by using life cycle analysis in the start of the company, taken away all the parts that has big CO2 impact. So a normal PV panel, it has about 40 grams per kilowatt hour when it produces electricity. But our panels, we only have 8 grams per kilowatt hour when we produce renewable heat. So we can make those hundreds of millions of square meters without destroying the climate. Also, if you look at other, like eutrophication of water, the ozone layer depletion, ecotoxicity, we also get much better. So the small yellow piece is the solar collectors, and the grayish, brownish is the oil and gas. We have protected our solution with no less than 88 patents, pending or granted. And we also, of course, have model design protection, and you have in China utility models, and we also protect the brand. And now we build this kind of small installations around the world where we demonstrate how the solar collector can produce steam for different applications. Those are quite small installations compared to what they will look like in the future, but they are big enough to prove the technology and teach the customers how to operate them. This is Colgate-Palmolive. This factory makes this green washing detergent, Yes, for the whole of Europe. And our solar collectors provide 100% of the heat needed for one of the processes in the industry. So this is how we envision that the industries of the future will provide the heat. So our offer to the multinationals are industry powered by solar heat. And when I had presentations 1 year ago, I was super happy to be able to present this list. We have been able to sign with the 7 largest food and beverage companies in the world. We have signed a pilot installation with Carlsberg, a pilot installation with Asahi, a pilot installation with Daniel Midlands, a pilot installation with Anheuser-Busch InBev that has Budweiser. We have site feasibility studies with Pepsi. We have an accelerator with Coca-Cola. And we have one more on the left side who don't want to go public. So we have here a fantastic opportunity to help those companies go away from their fossil boilers. So that was 1 year ago. Okay, what happened in this year? Well, we built installations. So this is now Carlsberg's brewery, Olympic Brewery in Thessaloniki, when we have this installation. And this is Peroni, that is owned by SI, in Bari in Italy. So now we are producing solar steam for their breweries. And those are our lighthouse installations. They will show the world how you can run your brewery on solar heat. This installation is unique because we produce both the steam and the pressurized hot water. And the tank you can see in the middle, it's a heat storage that makes it possible to run the brewery on solar heat both day and night. This is, of course, a fantastic progress for the multinationals and for Solicon. And those installations in Greece and Italy will be the cornerstone of our marketing the coming year. And we're not really alone here. We got very good help from them. This is the annual environmental report of Carlsberg. I recommend you to read it. But because if you turn to page 8, it's a full page with Absolicon. They are saying, we are brewing with the heat of the Greek sun. This is marketing you cannot buy. You know, all the multinationals, they read each other environmental reports and see what they should come up with to the next year. So I think we have now a really good thing going on with those 7 biggest food and beverage companies in the world. But what we sell is not the solar collectors. What we sell are the robotized production lines, because we want to have hundreds of millions of solar collectors, and we can never make them in Sweden and ship them around the world. So the big prize for Absolicon is, of course, to sell production lines, yes? And this we deliver with ABB that help us with service and supply. And we are the only company in the world that has a solution for a rapid rollout of this industrial technology. There are 6 stations with robots that you put in steel and glass in one end, and you get a ready solar collector in the other end every 6 minutes. And the revenues for Absolicon is the sales of the production line, the materials for the solar collectors, and the license revenue. Now, we have sold 2 production lines in December. Order value 86 million, 1 to Canada and 1 to Egypt, that we will have up and running in the beginning of next year. And here you get this explosive mix. We have the multinationals that have the need of solar thermal. We have our 2 pilot lighthouse installations with Carlsberg and Peroni that display that the technology works in the brewery. And we have the 2 sold production lines prove that the local entrepreneur can make money out of selling solar collectors to the multinationals. And with this base now, we are ready for this rapid upscale that we've been working for since we were listed in 2017. What we're also doing is we're getting better and better in signing those production lines. This installation with Canada, it took 14 months to sign. In Egypt, it took 11 months to sign. And our goal is to have 6 months signing from we have the framework agreement with the provider until we have sold the production line at 40 million SEK. And the production lines we have very good profit on. I think a problem that renewable companies often have is that they sell a product that they have a bad margin. And the more they sell, the more money they lose. But that will not happen to us. We have a fantastic margin on the production lines. We can't tell because then the buyers would not pay as much as we charge them. So we have here a solution that actually puts Chasmet for fossil fuels. What does the market think? Well, these are the analyses that we got recently. It says here in Swedish that the calculated price could be 150 SEK on the share. This is another that says the valuation is very low. Here is a very nice from Affärsvärlden, putting a potential value of 1,000 million on Absolicon. And the last one is this from Kalkyl that we get as part of members of Spotlight that is on 140 SEK. So right now we are doing a right issue on 120 million SEK to be able to take those wins that we had this year with the pilots and the sold production lines and really to put this to the market. Also to continue building those lighthouse installations in other continents and we still have some cost reduction to do on the soil collectors. So this was the warm-up. Now comes the interesting part. And to do that, I will start talking about little district heating. This is what it looks like in Sweden. Every red point here is a district heating network. So half of all the multifamily houses in Sweden are heated by district heating. And that is done today by burning waste or burning wood fuel, or some heat pumps from Siemens. But you can also run those district heating plants with a solar field and a seasonal heat storage that store the heat from summer to winter. This is the Danish city of Dronninglund that has done this since 2012. They just dig an enormous hole in the ground, fill it with 90-degree hot water, and put a lid on top. This is the city of Toftlund. Here you can actually see the pit before it's filled up with water. This is simple technology, and it can power cities and industries with heat that is stored from solar collectors from summer to winter. And this is what I referred to in the panel, a technology that stores energy 800 times cheaper than batteries. This technology we also think is suitable in Ukraine. They have 70% of their district heating on Russian gas. We think when they rebuild their cities, they will like to have solar thermal instead of Russian gas. What we have now is a concept that can provide heat from the solar collectors, but we also cooperate with different technology partners to give a 100% solution for those industries. And this is the first time I have this presentation in English about the outlook, so it's a little technical, excuse me for that. Today, we have a solution for the multinationals that they can have an electric boiler that replaces the fuel and solar collectors that provide part of the energy. And in principle, we say that they can get 20% of the energy need of this dairy plant or this brewery from the sun. But the electric boiler, you know, it's not a good thing. The electric grids of Europe is not strong enough to handle that all the industries would get electric boilers, and we would need a forest of windmills to power the electric boilers of the industry. So what we propose here is to have the Danish pit storages in the industry. So the excess heat from the solar collectors we would put in the heat storage. We could charge it with a heat pump, and we can also use a high temperature heat pump, again, maybe from Siemens, to provide this 160-degree hot steam to the industry. So in this way, instead of just providing 20% of the heat, solar thermal can provide, together with heat pumps, all the heat that this brewery or dairy plant needs. And I think here, the thinking that the world is run on electricity can be shaken a little when we show that we can run the industries on solar thermal. Another thing that is happening now is this focus on hydrogen. And you know, hydrogen is traditionally thought to be produced from water, and you have true electrolytes. But an alternative technology that is coming very strong is what calls high temperature electrolysis, where you actually don't use water, but you use steam. So we can build a system where you take 20% of the energy from the steam that we produce very cheap and efficient in the solar collectors. So today you have an industry that then gets solar thermal from the solar and electricity maybe from PV, and they want to have a hydrogen system with hydrogen storage. The hydrogen system has only 50% efficiency, making hydrogen to electricity again. But all those things we can change. We start by using 20% steam to produce the hydrogen, and then we recover all the heat losses from the hydrogen system. So all the electricity that is put into making hydrogen is not wasted, but it's recycled in the solar thermal system. It's combined with the pit storage to be able to provide a fully a system where all the energy is converted to either hydrogen or heat for the industry. So this is why we say that we have this checkmate for fossil fuel, that we can build systems now with concentrated solar collectors that both produce steam directly for the process, but we can also use those pit storages and store the solar heat from summer to winter and take with a heat pump the heat out of the storage and produce steam for the industry. And finally, we can provide 20% of the energy needed to make hydrogen or ammonia, and also recover all the heat in the hydrogen process. And ammonia is interesting because those multinationals, when they are cutting down their CO2 emissions, they look at their entire value chain. So they also care about what fertilizers their farmers use. And you know, today, 1% of the world's CO2 emissions is coming from producing fertilizers. The main exporters are Russia and Saudi Arabia, making fertilizers out of natural gas. But it doesn't need to be that way. We can do ammonia and fertilizers using parabolic troughs that make steam and some renewable electricity. So this was a little bigger story, the technical side that not so many have heard of. The main core of Absolicon is to do those robotized production lines. And this with hydrogen and pit storages and heat pumps that we do together with technology partners. We recently signed an agreement with the Japanese company Kobelco to work with their high temperature heat pumps in Europe. And we had good cooperation with several of the companies that provide those big pit storages. We actually have 5 million SEK in different government grants to work with pit storages in Sweden. So we are ready. We have the multinationals, we have our lighthouse installations, and we have two production lines. So it will be checkmate for fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joachim. In terms of geography, is there an aspect here in what hemisphere we are looking at, installation-wise, in terms of heat and sun?
We are focusing now on the Mediterranean area, mainly because it's close to us and we have very good customers there. But actually the solar installation is good enough everywhere in the world to run this kind of system. It can work also in Sweden. It's more depending on what politicians have decided with subsidies and such things. In US, the IRA now have very good conditions, and that is one of the reasons why we sold this production line to Canada. But we will focus mainly on Mediterranean area for the coming year.
So, excuse the pun, but are clouds on your sky in terms of the future, or is it all sunny and bright? In terms of development here, what threats do you see?
I think the big challenge is still getting people to understand that the heat is half and that they need to look in the heat. But for the multinationals, they have already exhausted their ability to reduce the CO2 emissions because they took away the electricity. That was really easy for them. Now their commitments need to be met by reducing the burning in their own plants of fossil fuel. And that is tricky. So we need to convince them to start that.
And of course, this is also about communicating, because if you communicate that you are 100% renewable, but only you fail to communicate that it's only the electricity part. Oh. It's greenwashing. So we need to keep an eye on the the terminology here.
And journalists, they don't difference between energy and electricity. You see they all the time. They talk about the energy system when they mean the electricity system. Mm-hmm. But I would say this with clouds and challenges, it's to run this kind of company, growing this quick, building 2 installations in a year, that is challenging. Mm-hmm. And I would say that the technology will not give us problems. It's how we manage the company. This is the challenge, and to manage this growth and capital raises and everything.
Well, best of luck, Joachim, and thank you for the energy.
Thank you.
We have now explored the oceans, we have explored the soils and the ground, and now we will enter into space, because we will turn to satellites and listen to Alistair Williamson, CEO of Wild Networks. They're helping modern businesses making essential connections, gathering data. There you are, from remote locations via satellites. So you have our full attention. Give him a warm hand.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Alistair Williamson, and I'm the CEO of Wild Networks. Now, Wild Networks, or WILD, is a virtual satellite network operator for the Internet of Things. And I'm going to do a presentation today that focuses on a use case that we have deployed for renewables, but I'm also going to talk about satellite IoT in general, what are the benefits and who we are as a company. So these things is a technology. It's a technology that is driving the renewables business. McKinsey's estimate that by 2026, global renewable electricity capacity will rise more than 80% to over 5,000 gigawatts. And they also predict that 65% will be generated by wind and solar. And predictions are that by 2035, potentially renewables could generate over 60% of the world's electricity. But if we look at renewables and we look at wind and solar, these are assets that are deployed in areas where there's very little wireless connectivity. And IoT sensors and devices are used to actually manage these assets to improve their operational efficiency and actually run these assets as efficiently as possible. And the majority of those assets are located in rural or remote areas. So just to explain what the problem actually is, only 15% of the world's surface has access to the internet. So only 15% of the world's surface has wireless coverage. The other 85% of the world's surface has no access to the internet, there's no wireless coverage, and so they're total black holes in respect to communications. And it's this lack of global connectivity that's holding back the growth of the Internet of Things from adding about 2 to 3 trillion US dollars to global GDP in the next 10 years. So the renewable sector really lacks connectivity. It lacks connectivity, particularly when it comes to wind and solar power generation, because these assets are located in areas where there's no connectivity. They're mainly in that 85% of the world's surface where there's no access to the internet. So we developed a portable wireless solution connecting IoT devices directly to low Earth orbiting satellites. So in effect, what we offer our customers is a solution that provides them 100% global connectivity so they can deploy all of their IoT assets, wind farms and turbines in areas where there's currently no connectivity, and we can provide them with connectivity. So we provide connectivity anywhere in the world for IoT solutions using low Earth orbiting satellites. To give you an idea of what it looks like, there's two components to our product. There's Wild Connect, which is a piece of hardware or a terminal that's connected to an IoT sensor that could be on a wind turbine or a solar farm. And basically, that piece of hardware collects data, sends that data to low Earth orbiting satellites. The satellites send that data back to our second product, which is Wild Fusion. Wild Fusion is a provisioning platform, it's a security platform, and it's also a payment platform. We collect the data on Wild Fusion and we provide that data to our customers, and our customers use that data to make informed decisions to improve operational efficiency or reduce waste or improve yield. As I said, there's two components, and I want to just explain a bit more about the business model and how it works. So there's two components. There's Wild Connect, which is the hardware piece. We sell the hardware piece or the terminal for up to about $40 per module. And currently, we've got orders of about 223,000 of these modules since we launched the network about 2 months ago. So that's a single fee the customers pay. That piece of hardware is integrated into an IoT sensor. Then there's the wild data piece, and that's what we charge our customers to actually use the network. So for each of those modules, each of those 223,000 modules that are deployed into the market, we charge our customers up to $5 per month per module to actually collect their data. So that's where we get our reoccurring revenues from. Now, it's not just the renewable sector we're focusing on. That's just one small portion. You know, we're helping multiple customers meet their environmental and sustainability goals. As you can imagine, we're addressing markets that predominantly have assets in that 85% of the world's surface where there's no connectivity today. So we're addressing agriculture, and there's a lot of technology being deployed in agriculture to reduce the water and to increase the yield of crops. We're addressing utilities, whether it be water, electricity. We're addressing the environmental sector, measuring plastics in oceans. We're addressing the oil and gas sector, whether it's looking at collecting data on corrosion of oil pipelines, or looking at wind shear on electricity pylons. We're also working in the maritime sector. As you can imagine, there's obviously no connectivity in the maritime sector, so we're providing that connectivity for our customers, whether it's managing fish farms, looking at coral reef, wave and current monitoring. And then obviously there's the logistics part of the business for us. As you can imagine, logistics, we're actually transferring containers from location A to location B. They're all looking for connectivity to ensure that all of those goods are delivered from A to B and are unperished when they arrive in their final destination. So they're looking for connectivity, and we provide them with that connectivity utilizing our solution. To give you an idea of those customers that we have, if you take the oil and gas sector, you know, it's companies like Chevron, who have 1,000 miles of pipeline, and they want to measure corrosion about every 500 meters on those pipelines to ensure there's no leakage. So they're using our solution to collect data to understand the corrosion levels on pipelines and actually go and fix those pipelines before they become a problem. There's customers like Bayer in the agricultural sector, and what they're looking at doing is deploying soil moisture sensors on farms that collect data on when you should irrigate your soil to actually increase the yield of your crop. And if you look at agriculture, it uses about 70% of the world's fresh water, and it wastes 30% of that through over-irrigation. So our solution allows farmers and growers to reduce the waste of water, but also increase the yield of crop. We also work with companies like sea towers. They're deploying wind turbines. They're actually onshore wind turbines, but they need connectivity solutions. We also work with Senate, that's the largest terrestrial LoRaWAN IoT provider in the United States, and we're adding the satellite capability to their offer. We work with satellite partners, we work with Eutelsat, we work with Astrocast, Lacuna, and also the Dubai Electricity and Water Authority, who have also launched low Earth orbiting satellites. Now, to give you an idea of where we are from a business perspective, we launched our network on the 8th of December in 2022. So about 3 months ago, we actually launched the satellite IoT network. And sort of in December last year, throughout the whole year, we collected orders of about 30 million kroner. And in the last 8 weeks, we've basically more than doubled that order intake up to 76 million kroner in the last 8 weeks. Of that 76 million kroner, 13 million of it is actually for data. That's where we get up to $5 per month reoccurring revenue for all the modules that have been shipped. And we've got orders so far for about 223,000 modules, and that's actually growing. And once those modules are deployed, we'll then start to get the data business of up to $5 per module per month. I'm always sort of asked to sort of give a view on market size. It's quite a difficult sort of question to answer, but I'll give you a view on market size. So the total addressable market by 2025 for satellite IoT solutions is about $11.9 billion US. But when we actually strip out what we can deliver, so what Wild can deliver, and look at what our total addressable market, so the market we're going after, It's obviously smaller than the $11.9 billion US dollars, but we're going after a market of about $1.3 billion US dollars by 2023. And that sort of represents a market share on the 11.9 billion of about 9.15%. So that's the size of the market we're going after. But to finish the presentation, I'd just like to sort of give you some investment highlights. Why invest in Wild? Well, I think I've demonstrated to you we're solving a real-world problem. We're providing our customers with 100% global connectivity for their Internet of Things devices and sensors. They're utilizing our connectivity solutions to support their environmental and sustainable goals, whether that's actually reducing spillage of oil, whether that's reducing the amount of waste of water, whether that's actually increasing the yield of crop in agriculture. We're actually helping our customers meet their environmental and sustainability goals. So we are solving a real-world problem. Secondly, the size of the market. And this morning, I presented at another forum where we launched our 5G solution. So as of this morning, we're actually building 5G NB-IoT onto our products. So we've basically doubled the size of our market. As I said earlier, we're addressing a market that's applicable to Wild of about $1.3 billion US dollars by 2025. Third piece, I always talk about why invest in Wild. We've got a really nice business model. We have a business model where we're selling a piece of hardware, which is the Wild Connect hardware terminal, that collects the data from a sensor and sends it to satellite. And then we charge our customer for each of those Wild Connect modules. We charge our customers up to $5 per month per module or terminal. And that's where we get our reoccurring revenues from. And what you'll see is that as we are shipping out Wild Connect hardware modules, the revenue at the moment will be predominantly coming from those hardware modules, but over time we'll start to see that monthly reoccurring revenue really accelerating and being the predominant revenue contributor to Wild. Fourth piece is we've got patents pending, and we've also trademarked every conceivable variation of Wild networks and Wild. And as I said, we have already demonstrated since launching the network on the 8th of December last year, so 8 to 12 weeks ago, we launched the network. We've already generated an order backlog of over 76 million krona. So I thank you very much for listening, and hopefully you got a better flavor of who Wild Networks are.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Alistair. We are indeed living in a very volatile time in space and time. And if you look at the level of conflict, for instance, between different big countries in the world, how is this affecting you? I'm thinking of the shooting down of maybe not satellites, but balloons, surveillance apparatuses, and also the restriction when it comes to data, because there are policies that are sort of infringing data collection coming in from various countries, right? And also, how are you navigating? Is there a threat in this context of polarization that we're seeing?
So it's interesting. So, you know, satellites are regulated. We can't just throw a satellite up without, obviously, it being regulated. So there are regulations in place that dictate where you can put a satellite, which orbit it's in, what frequency it's using. So you need to get approvals from different countries to get approvals to utilize that frequency. And that's quite complicated. But what we've done is to make the solution very affordable and easy to roll out, we are using what they classify as regulated but unlicensed frequency. So the spectrum or frequency that we're using is allowed to be used anywhere in the world. Oh. So we've overcome that really serious regulatory problem you talked about.
Well, that's good news. Yeah. Excellent. So looking ahead, 5 years from now, where do you think Wild will be? in the marketplace?
Well, in 5 years' time, we will be a global satellite network operator for the Internet of Things. But obviously, we're evolving our solution as technology evolves. So, we started off with a protocol called LoRaWAN, and that's the technology we currently have at the moment in communicating with satellites. This morning, we basically made an announcement we're going to put 5G NB-IoT onto our module, so we're moving into the 5G space. I would consider, as we move forward with all the technology advances, we will continue to put new protocols onto our solution, which will basically increase the real-time communications that our customers are looking for.
Very exciting indeed. Thank you very much, Alistair.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, in Splorion, Johan Rask, CEO. Please give him a warm hand. Johan, you have 4 branches of operation, and you will walk us through them. 3? 2? Oh, you changed since I last spoke with you. Okay, great, excellent, exciting to hear.
This works. So hello, I'm Johan Rask. I'm the CEO of Splorion. I'm here to talk about our products and sensor technology for accelerated transition to a sustainable future. In particular, I will talk about hydrogen and hydrogen sensors. Briefly, the agenda, overview, the hydrogen opportunity, our solutions and products, the team behind it, obviously, and a summary as to why you should invest in Splorion. This is a snapshot of who we are. So funded as a spin-off from Chalmers in 2010, based in Gothenburg, about 16 full-time equivalents. A couple of those are consultants. And the core of what we do is a technology called nanoplasmonic sensing. Without going into details on that, it helps us to understand on a nanoscale what happens close to or at the surface or on the surface. We have 2 business areas that changed from a year ago. We've focused our business. We have research instruments. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And we also focus a lot on hydrogen sensors, where we see a significant opportunity. And I will talk about that more as well, of course. So research instruments. This is where it started, basically, in 2010. The company has built and constructed a number of hands, and those that you see up here are the S2 and the for life science applications, and the M8 for battery research. It's been around 125 publications published using our technology and our instruments. We also use this in-house as we look at new application areas and experiment. Right now, the business is mostly selling into academics, so researchers, universities, professors. Our aim is, of course, to mature that into more industrial applications where the decision process is faster and the volumes are higher. Moving on to hydrogen. So why hydrogen? Pretty simple answer. It's a huge opportunity. It's a tremendous opportunity. Hydrogen will play a critical role in our transition to sustainable society. It's even foreseen that in 2050, it will account for 10% of the global energy consumption. That's a lot. I'm not going to give you numbers. Many terawatts and terawatts. It's projected in the next 7 years that $500 billion will be invested in the value chain of hydrogen. And there are massive initiatives. 20 to 30 different governments have issued their own strategies for how to go on to hydrogen, led, of course, by the US and the EU, and China's not too far behind, for that matter. And the good thing with that is that anywhere along this whole value chain of hydrogen, either you produce it, you store it, or you use it for some application, you need sensors. But why do you need sensors? Well, there's 2 answers to that. One is safety. Let's see, this one here works, yeah. So this is a schematic picture of the value chain of hydrogen. So it's produced over here. I realize the text is a little bit too small, but you have electrolyzers, for instance, where you split water into oxygen and hydrogen. You store it, you transport it, you use it in different applications like fueling stations, transportation, trucks and buses, airplanes. The problem with all of this, it's not going to happen if it's not safe. When hydrogen it's great. It's very explosive, everyone knows that. It also doesn't smell, so you can't smell it if there's a leak. It is also the smallest molecule we have. So if you give it the tiniest chance of sipping out, it will, and it will cause a leak and potential damage and safety issues. The other reason why we will need sensors is efficiency. With billions and billions of dollars invested, if you have downtime or yield issues, it will significantly hurt bottom line and profitability. And we want this industry to be profitable because that will also further accelerate the transition to a sustainable future. So how do we do this? Just going back, slightly to technology, simplified, but basically what we do, we place small nanodiscs on a substrate, can be glass, for instance. These small nanodiscs are made of palladium alloys, and when they come in contact with hydrogen, we shine light through, and we detect on the other side what's happening, and we detect the changes, and we correlate that to the hydrogen concentration. Very simplified. But what does that lead us to? Well, it leads us to a sensor with some clear benefits. First of all, it's very specific to hydrogen, so even in the presence of other gases. And it's a well-known secret that many of the sensors out there that call themselves hydrogen sensors are actually not specific to hydrogen. They measure a collection of gases. It's obviously also very fast. The discs help with that, actually. And you need speed if you want to make the right decision and avoid accidents or safety-related things. It's also not dependent on oxygen. This is not something that's talked about a lot, but actually, a lot of the sensors out there today, they need oxygen present to actually work and to measure. And if you think about that, you actually want to have your hydrogen installation as much as possible, if you can contain that in what we call an inert environment, so no oxygen. That's actually a good thing, because if there's a leak, well, there's a reduced risk of safety concerns. But you still want to measure, of course, if there's a leak. That is where we come in. The optical, so this is an optical method. It's good from a safety perspective, of course, because there's no electronics in there. But even more importantly, it also allows us to remote readout through fiber optics. And we have the flexibility to tune the discs for different environments and different measuring needs. So where does this take us? This takes us to the product concept. So you see three categories. On the left, you see leak detection. Basically, you want to measure if there's hydrogen where there should not be hydrogen. The other part is process monitoring. You want to measure if the hydrogen concentration is within specific limits, so you run an efficient process. These two come in two variants. One is for atmospheric pressure. One is a little bit more sturdy, so it can take either sub-atmospheric pressure or very high pressure. And the third category is our remote readout capability, and that of course can be used in either leak detection or process monitoring. So what's our strategy? How do we take this on going forward? We really want to work with the customers and prove our technology in their applications. There are different applications out there, but we want to work with the customers, prove it in their application, because then we know there's interest and there's money on the table. From an application perspective, when we think about leak detection, we look across the value chain, because the application will not be real if it's not safe. So leak detection across. When it comes to process monitoring, we know that hydrogen needs to first be produced before it can be used. So there we look closer to the production than downstream. We're not holier than the Pope on that, of course, but that is how we think about it. And of course, we want to work with partners to get faster into the marketplace. There, of course, is a fabulous team behind all of this. I'll not go through all of it. As you see, there's a heavy weight on the technology side, led by Elin Langhammer, our CTO, and Olof, our CPO, Chief Product Officer. Elin is actually one of our founders of the company, and both she and Olof have been with the company for more than a decade. We also have a board, of course, spearheaded by Jonas Ehinger, who's our chairman. He's also the CEO of Gapway. He's joined by John, Ulla-Britt, and Anders, all of them with vast international experience and from startups to larger company. And last but not least, of course, we have Magnus Jonsson, who's also the chairman of PowerCell. So why should you invest in Inspirion? Well, it gives you key exposure to a tremendous opportunity of hydrogen. This is a very exciting field. And it does so actually without having to invest tons and tons of money into an expensive infrastructure product. We provide shovels, you can say. Sensors will be needed across the whole value chain. And we have a unique technology with clear benefits that can address these things. We've been around for some time. We've built up know-how and IP and experience in this. And as of today, we have 2 customer pilots on the hydrogen side. We have significant customer interest, as we can't talk about all of them. But we also have ongoing instrument sales. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johan.
So it's 2, not 4.
I've got that. Excellent.
Focus is good.
Yes. So in moving forward, what challenges do you see in terms of logistics? Because you need a lot of materials coming in. There are alloys that might be difficult to source.
We don't see that as a big concern at the moment. Once we get into bigger volumes, obviously that can be of concern. It's not something that we foresee at the moment, however.
You mentioned collaboration.
Yes.
How important is this for you to succeed? And what are the key players here for you?
It's very important. If you think about, also productification at the end, but also the commercial route. And if you think of a big company, you're building let's say green steel, or someone where you build a large electrolyzer. Where do you want to buy your sensors from? Well, you typically want to buy your sensors from, a larger company with a brand, etc. So, a priority for us is to create partnerships with those type of companies that can bring the products all the way out there to the customers.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you.
I think so too.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Johan, and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right. This presentation concluded this fantastic day. We have listened to trailblazers, to innovators, and fantastic people that really drive this transition. And we now need, of course, more money into this field because we are in a hurry and there are great business opportunities. So let's see what we can do together, huh? And the next Naventus Renewables Summit will be taking place this fall. So stay put and stay posted. Thank you very much.